right now on Full Custom Garage.
It's this guy over here.
Master Metalman Ian Rousell looks back on the best builds of Season 1.
When we first started the show, I didn't know what I was getting into. I got to do a ton of different projects, and I met a lot of really great people.
He's just a guy that can take nothing and build it into something. That is phenomenal in my book.
So it's the typical story of somebody's project dream car that just got in over their head.
And you're gonna save it.
That's what I do, sir. I'm here to save the day.
Hot damn, she loved it. She really, really loved it.
It's way cool.
I'm really glad he did this project. I didn't expect to see what I saw.
With every project, I'm always trying to do some crazy stuff, you know, really push the envelope. Sometimes that gets me into trouble, but that's the fun part. One of the first projects I did was for my friend Bill. We took his 1948 International truck cab and we put it on a modern roll-off chassis. Not the easiest thing to do, a lot of heavy metal. The truck needed to be wider to fit on the frame, so I started with the front fenders. So we get this cab set up on the chassis, and it looks bitchin'. I'm really happy with it. Bill's big concern is getting access to this engine. He really likes the idea of the old school trapdoor style hood. I think we should just go bigger. The whole plan here is the nose of the truck, the hood, the side panels, the fenders, the bumper, the lights, the kitchen sink. The whole deal slides forward and gets out of your way. You want to check the oil? There's nothing stopping you. I helped out on a build of a really cool truck, showed Bill a bunch of pictures of it, and I think we could use the same formula for this, just upsize everything. We need to get this so that it's a sliding mechanism. I'm thinking like trailer hitch stock. It's like, see how you got these two square telescopic tubes?
Oh.
If we just had some generic material.
You know, I have some tube down there on the pipe rack that I want you to take a look at that might work for that.
That's the stuff, man. So my idea for the sliding tilt nose, I got this trailer hitch receiver stock, and he has the interior section for that. See, it's different than the standard stuff because it's got rounded edges. So it slides on there pretty nice. I thought I'd take the rust off, but that seems like it acts as sort of a bearing. So this will be incorporated to the truck frame, two of them parallel, and then I'll cut two sections of this off, and the whole nose will slide forward, and then there'll be pivots here. So it slides off of the front of the truck and then pivots up. It's a telescopic square steel tube. It's super strong. I have a feeling it's gonna work out perfect. Everything's simple in concept. That's the realm I thrive in. Making it happen's a different story. This concept needed a lot of fabrication on the understructure just to get to the mock-up. I never built a tilt nose on a truck this big, so I needed to see it in action.
It's just damn heavy.
That damn heavy. Par for the course. All of this work, I finally get the thing ready to tilt, and it's stuck. Bill's standing right there. It's just perfect.
It wouldn't move. It wouldn't move. And I went back to the, damn, it's so heavy, we can't do it. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, now what?
When you got 5 million welds, your percentage of some attaching themselves to the cab is increased, so in the end, that's what happened. The thing would not hinge open because it was welded shut. Like that. And it'll pivot up. Like that. There it is. You got a tilt nose.
It is just awesome. Really cool. Everything I hoped it would be.
I was going for the KO, but I hung in there. I was bobbing, I was weaving, ducking, pulled it off.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears by that young man right there.
In the end, the truck worked out great. The thing I like most about it is the front view. Obviously, we know the fenders are widened, but you don't think that when you look at it. You just think, what a frickin' big truck.
There's not one thing I would change on this truck. I love everything about it. A lot of that is due to Ian and his persistence and his fabrication. It's a multi-functioning truck. It'll function as a flatbed truck, a dump truck, a van, does everything.
Bill's truck turned out to be one of my favorite builds. The biggest satisfaction comes from the fact that it's a real working vehicle, and that's cool. Another project I did was a super custom 1964 Bug. It was based off a toy car someone gave me. One of the coolest custom pieces was the headlights and mounting brackets. These headlights are pretty crazy. They're actually pieces of spun aluminum that I found in the scrapyard. So I really made this whole unit. I had some glass lenses and I made everything else. They're seal beam bulbs that I glued in behind these antique lenses. So they're 12-volt high-low beams. They look like vintage car parts, but they're handmade. Really badass. The other cool feature is the way they mount on the car. So it's a round tube. So they're adjustable up and down. You can move them in and out because you'll see when you steer, it's very close, like so. And when the hood shuts, these strange little shapes clear the hood. You could really see the difference when we pulled it next to a stock Bug. I really loved the stance and the radically chopped roofline. The thing I like most about the chop in the roof is just the radical nose-down look of the whole thing. At first, I was building the car for myself, but I listed it for sale, and that's how I met Mark. He became a good friend and a long-term client.
Wow. That's crazy. Just crazy, man. My name is Mark Hayward. I'm from a little town outside of Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Thought we'd come all the way down to California and meet Ian and pick up that beautiful little gem we got sitting over there. Oh, man.
But I fit. You're about 6'2", right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is gonna be all right, man. So this car here, I mean, I basically bought it sight unseen. It was just spur of the moment type of thing. Like you say, we corresponded on email, and he said, well, maybe you're interested in this Volkswagen I got. I mean, how could you not? Just taking one look at that thing. It's phenomenal.
Not only did Mark buy the Bug, but he brought another project for me to work on.
Oh, yeah, I got something for you. I brought you something.
Okay, I heard that there was a little treasure in the trailer.
I got a little treasure in the trailer, all the way down from the frozen north.
Whoa, what the heck is that thing?
That's a 51 Henry J.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen one. That's crazy, and it has no trunk. What kind of car doesn't have a trunk?
We have lots of projects, both Viv and I, and I'll never get to them all, so it's like, okay, let's give one to Ian and see what he comes up with. And if it's anything like that Volkswagen over there, we're gonna get a pretty nice hot rod out of this. Seeing his work, you know, through the video, seeing the car now in person, yeah, I mean, I trust him 100%. I think it's just his creativity, and it gets down to his hands, and that's what he can fabricate and do. So, yeah, I have full faith in him to turn that project we just left him here into something. He's just a guy that can take nothing and build it into something. That is phenomenal in my book.
When I first met Mark, little did I know I would be working on some of the craziest projects, and this Henry J was just the tip of the iceberg. Next, I got started on Mark's Henry J, and it was all about chopping the top. It got pretty technical, but I knew I wanted to retain as much of the rear roof as possible, so I started in the front and worked my way back. I got the A-pillars all finished off. I'm committing to this chop. That's the height of the roof. I wasn't looking forward to cutting this roof and making it wider, but I think I'm gonna have to. I started looking at it, and I found that this drip rail was actually tapered. So I think I can use this to my advantage. It looks like the drip rail is straight all the way through the door, and then right at the B-pillar, it starts to taper in. So if I was to attach the B-pillar, trim it, and pull the rear of the roof out, it'll go straight right back through. It'd be easier to cut the drip rail off, but by leaving that, people are gonna think it's a stock part, and then they're gonna start wondering. So that's what I gotta do, cut the whole roof, lengthwise, back to front. I thought this chop was gonna be a walk in the park. I told the client it was gonna be like the VW Bug I made for him, and that was easy. Oops. You never know what you're gonna get into. The only way through it is to keep moving forward. So I'm just gonna cut up to the B-pillar. I'll probably do a little relief cut on the inside and see if I can just twist it a little, but I have a feeling I'm gonna have to go all the way to the front. This is the thing I'm unfamiliar with. I'm just feeling it out. I'm gonna make a relief cut on the inside of the structure and then just zip the sheet metal open and see when it moves. This is really delicate because in pulling this panel out, it could buckle the drip rail, and I'm really trying to make it look right. That's the hard part. It's gonna work. I don't even have to cut ahead of the B-pillar. I just put a trim on the back side of that structure, and this guy will pull right over. I really lucked out. Made a couple cuts, I pulled the thing, and it snapped into place like it was meant to be. Yep, that's why I get paid the big money. Pretty cool. The thing is, it looks easy because I just cut it, but I've cut a lot of cars. I know how these panels flex, and that's why I made this decision. I'm just gonna weld it on there now, like I meant to do it that way. The cuts in the roof turned out to be a lot smaller than I thought they were going to be, and that was a huge relief. From there, it was just a matter of filling the gaps with sheet metal and finishing it off. This kind of work is really tedious, but it's the end results that really show what the effort was from the start. I think the end result with this chop was that it's very subtle. Could have gone really radical. It looks good from every angle, and that's what I was really trying to accomplish. My friend Don, his wife Patty's birthday is coming up. He wants to get her something really cool. Her family has a long history with dune buggies, so he's thinking about putting together one for her.
It's going to be a total surprise for her. Growing up, her dad had a Myers Manx when they first came out, and my wife had a lot of good memories with that dune buggy out at Pismo and some of the desert areas with that.
Don is a car fanatic. His wife is a little more conservative. She's always wondering what he's doing over here. He's got 6 million cars. I think that this dune buggy might seal the deal. It might win her over to our side.
It's just going to be epitome of driving around in something cool, you know, especially done by Ian, because he's so creative.
Ever since I started this project, I've been thinking about the engine. Searching around at Don's, as usual, he's got so much stuff. I find an electric motor for a forklift. Just in a pile of parts, you know, there's this electric motor, there's a bunch of switches, speed controllers, just electric stuff. It just got me thinking. I mean, an electric dune buggy, nobody's got that. A lot of my ideas seem pretty crazy at the time, but actually pulling it off is the big challenge, you know? It's almost like there's a Jekyll and Hyde scenario. I had to make this electric motor work with the Volkswagen transaxle. I tried to make the simplest possible coupler. I used an old clutch disc and just welded it to a couple pieces of tubing. That fits the Volkswagen transaxle. What do you think about that? It's gotta work. I'm going off the standard VW gearbox, so it has a neutral, which is perfect. I don't have to worry about the tires spinning. So it's kind of a safety mode. I'm just gonna hook up the motor and run it, see what happens with no stress on it. It's such a bummer. It seems like anything that can go wrong will. This electric motor spins the reverse of what a Volkswagen engine does. That means we have 4 reverse gears and 1 forward gear. It's in reverse now, which will make it go forward. It's something I need to figure out. Yeah, there it is. I'm not gonna get caught up in the fact that reverse is forward. Sometimes things go sideways for me. It's still gonna move. First gear is here, and then second gear. The electric motor was only gonna spin one way, and that was backwards. So I put the car in reverse, and I made 4 different voltages that spun the motor at different speeds. And then with 4 batteries, you'll have 4 gears. Should go 1,000 miles an hour. I finished it up, painted it, and took it for a quick test run before I showed Patty. And it cruised great. I think it came out pretty cool. I couldn't wait to bring it to Patty and see her reaction.
And here is your birthday present.
Oh, I like the red.
Hot damn, she loved it. She really, really loved it.
It's way cool. I like that it's sparkly, and I like the red. The pinstripes and everything on it is really cool, draws a lot of attention. It's way cool, I like it.
I think my favorite thing that Ian did with the car is going electric with it. I think that is just way cool, and it shows how talented he is.
It's really cool to drive. It's a lot of fun. I love it!
The cool factor about this whole build was that Patty's family was into dune buggies. I mean, for years, like old school when the thing first happened. So to restore this original Survivor and give it back to her, it's like it came full circle. We're in Ventura, California. It's the Chopper Fest. Just looking around, see what's happening. I got a couple ideas of a bike I want to build, and I'm just seeing what's out there. Seems like the bike world's taken a couple turns in what's popular with style. For me, the 60s, 70s, the chopper thing that was going on is really the core of it. A big part of the chopper scene were these straight 4 engines, Hondas, Suzuki's. Denver's Choppers was building frames for these kind of engines, and I just think it's cool. I want to take that element of a really long bike, but make it a 3-wheeler. Trike conversions have always been popular for motorcycles. It's really hard to get style into this 3-wheel design, and I'm just gonna push my skills and try to make it happen. This project was all about the look, so once I got the engine and frame kind of figured out, it was really all about the seat and body shape. This bike has a solid rear end. It's a rigid, it has no rear suspension. I need a comfortable seat. I was looking around for seats, motorcycle seats, horse saddles, wheelbarrows, anything. You know, it just occurred to me, I've been sitting working for 10 years, 8 hours a day on this freaking work seat. I think it's perfect. I want the seat to be right on the axle. As soon as I put it in place, I was like, wow, it's low back, really wide. It's perfect. With the seat in place, I wanted to start building the fenders. Here is an improvised arch maker. I need to create a radius around those tires. There's a lot of ways to bend tubing. Sometimes I just do it primitive. It works for me. Weld the end, flip her over, and roll out the barrel. This rim made the ring too small, so I'm just gonna stretch it out on this tire. It's always easier to open the arch up than to try to shrink it down. So the idea here is to get this to be about just a ½ or an inch off of the surface all the way around the tire, kind of like here. So all you do is just start to beat on it. It's right about there. This puts an even ½ perimeter all the way around. You can see it swings down and then out and then back around, and it's all one panel. In the end, I'm gonna paint these fenders so they look like some kind of a carnival freak show. I want it to look like you're locked in on some kind of a wild ride. The whole thing with this is to look like a giant toy. It looks like a big wheel. It's one thing to think about a project, but to see it right there, it's great. It's what I live for. It was fun to take it to the Born Free show and see that other people were digging it too. Hot rods are a purely American thing. They started with early Fords mostly, 20s and 30s Fords. As I understand, GIs came home from World War II, they wanted to go fast. These were made from cheap cars that were just sitting around, just waiting to be hot rodded. These cars are really desirable. They're making fiberglass reproductions, all steel reproductions, so to find an original surviving all-metal body, that's the best starting point.
Ian and I have been friends for a while. We've worked on several projects together. He gets excited coming over here to see all the projects that I have. I like things a little more simple, and Ian's way more creative.
This is like ideal hot rod material. It's a little bit too far gone if you needed to restore it. All the mechanical parts are junk, but for a hot rod, this body is really good. One of the more unique things of this build was the roof. Every Model A has a hole in the roof. Can't get around it. One of the cool factors is it really gives you an opportunity to kind of make your mark. I've been looking around all over, trying to figure out what's gonna be cool. Don's got a bunch of van roofs, he's got car hoods, car trunks, all kinds of stuff. Looking around, I come up on this Mustang hood, and it's pretty thrashed. This is a '69 Mustang hood. The car got wrecked. I cut it out about the same size as the roof opening in the Model A. It's got a neat crease down the center, and it's worthless as a replacement hood. The contour fits, and it's got this cool little detail in the roof. The selling point to me was the ridge in the hood. The ridge in the hood immediately made me think of a 50s trick where they would put these little air vents in the roof of the car. So that's really what I was hoping to do. I mean, I already had this thing built in my head.
When Ian was gone, I went ahead and I got some LED lights.
In my absence, the hood scoop, this great styling element, has become a third brake light. Very interesting.
I like the practicality of the safety part of it because the car sits fairly low, that I think that's going to work out really good.
He wired some wires up through the body, and he put these LEDs inside. In the end, it's all about craftsmanship. You know, that is a very custom third brake light.
Oh, look at that. Boy, somebody will see me for miles away. Perfect.
At the end of the day, Don was really happy. He's got a cool hot rod, and he loves to drive it.
I'm really happy with the way this whole build went because the car is easy to get in and out of. It's a nice car to drive. It handles well, it corners well, it stops well, and the wife can get in and out of it well. I'm just so tickled. I mean, I couldn't have asked for anything more, or a person of Ian's caliber to help me with my own personal project.
The whole thing about 50s customs is the style, the flow of it, the silhouette. It's really an artistic thing. What most people are trying to do with these cars is make them look better than stock. Everybody has their opinion, and that's why no two cars are alike. My friend Bill had a 55 four-door Oldsmobile. The initial idea was to freshen it up a little bit, but of course, as things went along, it got a lot more involved. First, I chopped the top, and Bill really liked it. Seeing the roof 3 inches lower, I know I nailed it. But standing around looking at it, it just needs something else. I've already gone this far with the chop. It's a great-looking car. I think its value has increased. If I go for two-door conversion with the chop top, this thing is solid gold.
Ian now wants to turn this into a two-door. I really don't want this to turn into a big, huge project. I said to him, if you can do it in one day, great.
On our way out to Riverside, California, found a guy who's got a 55 Olds. It'll be perfect for this four-door to two-door conversion I'm working on. Hopefully he's got the parts we need. Right on, I think that'll work. He had all the parts we need. We were able to cut off the backside of the door pillar and get the two doors, and also scored a new bumper. These doors were a lot longer than the original front doors, so I needed to see what it would take to make them work. Four-door to two-door conversion, it ain't easy, but I gotta do it like right now. I just gotta prove to Bill that this is gonna work. Fortunately, I got the door jamb from the parts car that matches these doors. I know some of the dimensions are a little bit different, but I think I can pull it off. A couple bolts and the door fit. If this door didn't fit, I think we're going back to a four-door. I just assumed it would fit, and we lucked out. I used the stock rear door to complete the quarter panel, and Bill and I decided on a two-tone paint job. This car just needs something to put it over the top. I called my friend Scratch in. He's the best pinstriper I know. I think he's just gonna finish this car to perfection.
You know what? When I first saw the Oldsmobile, I'm walking up the hill to the shop, and the Oldsmobile's sitting there in the middle of the shop space, and it just kind of brings me back. It's very nostalgic for me. I like that they hadn't changed the grill or anything just yet, and then they chopped the roof, so it already it has that look of, it's kind of fast, but it's elegant. Don't mess with me.
Scratch really likes Oldsmobiles and traditional customs. I knew it'd be perfect to pinstripe this thing, but Bill was a little skeptical.
What's your thoughts? I'm thinking kind of conservative, probably by your standards.
Well, I'm super conservative. I know that's hard to believe.
It is.
It's actually really hard to believe, but it's this guy over here.
He's the wild man.
Scratch just explained what he had in mind, and Bill was totally on board.
Oh, a lot of people don't know this, but pinstriping actually was an art form that was made up to cover up bad bodywork. So striping's always in the same places, in the front of the hood, in the middle of the deck lid, and that's where the emblems and stuff had been shaved off, and then over the headlights and over the taillights, because that's where they would French the headlights or French the taillights. But later on, custom bodywork was taking so long, people would have their cars at their shops for so long that they're like, let's just get a stock car, lower it, and do a panel paint job on it. Like, has a stock original paint around it, we'll just tape it all off and spray another color, or we'll tape it all off and just do striping around it. And that's basically what we're doing.
I really like the pinstriping. It's subtle, but it came out great.
Got the car finished up and on the road, and Bill was super happy.
You know, with Ian, every time I get him on board, none of these projects are simple. This was a huge, big undertaking. This thing was really rough, and he did a marvelous job on it. Just take a look at it. He really walked the last mile on it.
I love the way this Oldsmobile looked when it was finished. It was pretty classy, nothing too crazy. Always cool to see a nice old car on the road. This next project was one of my own. It's a 1949 International Harvester Metro van. It's a delivery truck that I put on a modern pickup truck chassis. This episode was all about the interior. I've done a whole ton of work on this van, but for any cool custom van, it's all about the interior. And if you want to have a party in here, this stuff ain't gonna fly. I gotta fix it. The thing I like most about this, it's just funky. You don't see them. I've had VW buses since I was 15. I've always loved them, and this is like a big brother to a VW bus. It's like the next bigger size. It's able to tow. It has a good V6 engine with a manual transmission. It's the same idea as the VW bus, but rarer and cooler. My whole concept with this is like a dual-purpose vehicle. During the week, it's a work truck, and on the weekends, it's a play vehicle. I want it to be able to convert from work truck to camper pretty easily. I called my friend Bob to give me a hand.
Ian's working on a project, and he said he could use my help, and so I thought he'd come out and work with him again. Every time I get the opportunity, I'd love to come out.
This is the start of the rear deck. The whole idea is these panels are gonna fold up and become the walls of the van when you're in work mode. And then if you go camping or whatever, this is actually a big mat. It's a big bed you could sleep on. I'm gonna work on fabbing up the structure out of angle iron. I came up with some material that could act as hinges, so Bob's gonna build the hinges and I'm gonna build a frame. This is a really simple barrel hinge design. It's just a solid shaft that fits inside of a collar. Bob's just cutting a bunch of blank pieces and making sure they pivot right.
Since we're fabricators and body men, we don't like to go to the store and buy hinges when we can make them.
I need some material for the walls. They're gonna be upholstered. I had a couple acrylic sheets, plexiglass. It'll work perfect. You could use pretty much anything. It's gonna be covered with vinyl in the end. I just cut it to fit and put a couple screws in it. What do you think, man? You need a couple bean bags, a few bongos.
Cooler, full of ice cold beverages.
I really thought about how this was gonna work, and I decided by butting this frame up against the door jambs, when I lifted them up, they were gonna clip into place, and it worked.
I'm really enthused about getting to work on it, and I'm really glad he did this project, you know, for himself. You know, it's something really, really nice.
The van's together. I got the airbags in, it's a driver. The big secret it's hiding is it's my old work truck. It's a 1988 GMC pickup truck. From the radiator to the gas tank, I modified the whole thing and put this international body over it, so it drives like a modern vehicle. It's got a Vortec V6 with a manual 5-speed. Airbags all around. It's a bitchin' ride. I chose this kind of oxblood color vinyl for the interior because I just thought it would look rich. You know, the exterior of the van is pretty mellow, but when you look inside, it's pretty special. I spent a lot of time on the structure of the fold-down walls. I wanted them to be very usable, so this whole hinge and steel mechanism I came up with has proven to work well. The whole concept with this van is its usability. You know, it's not a show car. So the back is set up to load and carry whatever, or you can hang out in it. That's the whole idea with this. It's a utility vehicle. I still have this van. I'm kind of glad I didn't get rid of it because my friend Rich Evans is going to use it for his vintage flats paint company as a display vehicle. One of the craziest projects I did in season 1 was for my friend Victor. He wanted to make a custom bubble top for his 1962 Thunderbird. I'd never done it before, and creating a bubble that big turned out to be really difficult. In order to do it, I needed to build a massive oven in order to heat the plastic. Big challenge trying to figure out how to heat this thing up. I'm just hitting walls with it. I'm talking with Victor about it.
And he said, well, we need some igniters or elements. I said, I got some perfect elements. Let me just finish cooking my steaks.
I guess his family barbecues a lot. You know, they have big family events. go on vacation. They do a lot of motorhome camping, and they got these 2 huge commercial barbecue grills, and he thinks that it's gonna make it happen. Victor and I share a lot of the same characteristics. I think this barbecue thing might just be too much. He's convinced it's gonna work. All I have to do is prove it. Each grill has 2 propane tanks, so we'll have 4 5-gallon propane tanks, which should be plenty of capacity. As long as these guys get that volume of air warmed up, it should work. All you can do is try. We're either gonna have the right amount of heat or not enough. We'll see. They make some heat. Let's put the lid on. In keeping with the low-tech approach, I've got some plumbing pipe, a simple gauge, and some air fittings. The idea is to just create a controlled air source to inflate this thing. Target temperature for this is 375 degrees to get the plastic that hot. I had the idea that this laser thermometer would be a perfect way to check out the temperature, and yeah, the readings are consistent, it's heating up, and it seems like it's gonna happen. Pretty weird. This huge sheet of plastic, as it heats up, is starting to deform. It's getting like all wobbly looking, and just putting a little bit of air pressure in it.
Ian just strategically putting the air in and heating it up, and I walk up out of coming from a project that I was on, and I said, Ian, crank it up, let's take it to the limit.
Yes, Captain, taking it to the limit, as requested. That didn't work. Shut her down. I turned my head for a second, and it was like, what was that?
Within 2 minutes, the thing started tweaking and blowing, and I could see the look on Ian's face, like, what the hell did you make me do now?
Shut everything off, it's gonna melt the plastic real bad. I quick turn around, peeking in the hole, I can't even see what's going on. I'm seeing sheet metal. I don't know what's going on because the whole thing appears to have collapsed. The whole thing's collapsing. I don't know what to do. I stuck my arm back in the oven to hold the thing up and kind of get a look, and it's just destroyed. We gotta lift the lid up and see what went wrong. It looks like the metal and everything tore right out of the roof of the box. It tore off the lid.
So we actually damaged and warped the first mold. I said, you know, just crank the pressure on, and that was the wrong thing to do, but hey, it's a good story.
This thing was twice as big before this broke. So what happened was we lost air pressure and it shrunk. What a bummer. To most people, this thing looks like an utter failure. I'm gonna work through it. After it got destroyed, we rebuilt the mold and made it a lot stronger. Typical Victor style, he wanted to push the whole thing further and make an entirely new shape. The good thing is this is working just like all the rest. The heat's even, the thing's inflating, it's looking good. Oh, the front, look at this. Amazing. We're there. I can't push it anymore. I'm gonna raise it up. It's the moment of truth. Oh, we got it, man. Look at that.
Yeah, see, that's what I was looking for.
Everything looks great. It's back into shape. The whole idea is to just cool it off, raise it up out of the box, and unclamp this beast. I took this 1/2-inch MDF board and created a series of templates off of the bubble Victor liked most. I spaced them out 8 inches apart, made a whole bunch of support to withstand the pressure of this bubble pushing against it, and fastened it to the backboard. Getting the buck off of this thing really revealed that it was a successful idea. This was uncharted territory, and the result was ideal. It's pretty crazy. But the real tell is going to be how it fits on the car. That's what this is all about. This car has been in the works for a long time. It is a concept car. It's gone through so many phases of development, and now to have it finally wrapped, I'm stoked.
The car came out amazingly beyond my expectation. On the bubble top, the interior, this is a total custom build.
The bubble top is next level.
The car is, like I said, a piece of art. I mean, the car is a masterpiece.
I saw Victor pull in the driveway with this thing. It's like, get out of the way, mister. I want this car.
Well, Ian, when he came in and seen it, all of the ideas all came together, and he was impressed.
The thing drives up and it looks like a spaceship. I wish it didn't have tires. You open the bubble top and the interior is just going off. There's all kinds of crazy stuff going on in there.
I'm ecstatic, he's ecstatic with it. Everything flows just perfect.
The first season was a ton of work, but I'm used to that. The thing was the great unknown. We just threw it out there to whatever might come in the door, and it really was a great time. Little behind the scenes thing in season 1 was that I got my shop inspector, got my #1 dog. Think you can have a snack and then just mosey on out on your own accord? I was super nervous about having some kind of responsibility, and it's turned out to be a really fun time. The coolest factor about having the dog on the show is that that's reality. It's really just him and I hanging out in the shop. Hey, you're not the center of attention. This is my show. It's like baby pictures, right? You can sit here and boast about your accomplishments forever. But, you know, it is what it is. He's pretty damn charming.
Oh, man,
yeah,
come
totally.
on.
You nailed it.
Come on. Yes. Dude, that is cool.
So this ain't no tail dragger. It's just some kind of funky, nose down, 70s freak machine. How does that sound?
That's good to me.
I'm bringing in my friend Johnny to collaborate on another project. Hey, howdy.
What's up, man?
The past projects Johnny and I have collaborated on are pure show car. You know, just these wild concept vehicles, and they came out awesome. One was called the Johnny 5. It's just a mutant front engine VW pickup. And another one called the Space Junkie. We're always trying to raise the bar, so it's set fairly high on the last collaboration.
I was super excited when Ian called me up and said, hey man, come down to the coast, I got this cool thing we're gonna work on. My skill set, of course, is just drawing crazy hot rod cartoony cars on paper. Then I get to watch this master of metal building these wild creations that were in my head, and it ends up epic. Under that tarp could be this wild creation that's already been done. It's already this amazing killer custom car that we're gonna now take apart and recreate, or it could just be a pile of 2 or 3 parts, and I'm just ready to see what's under the tarp.
My whole thing is get the artist in the house, no preconceptions. I like to bring the shock and awe factor.
Okay. Yikes.
It's a little funky, right? This is like a 1970s. It's called a Kellison Sandpiper. So it's a pickup truck dune buggy. It looks like this, but what it is isn't what it appears. We just have to one-up everything we've done so far. Johnny and I have been down this road before. You know, last time we started, it was like, whoa, this is incredible. You know, this time it's maybe not that much. As it sits now, it's not the eye-popping show car you read about, but I can envision it. This has got potential.
There's something here.
I tend to forget I need to get people warmed up to my ideas. You know, this roof comes off. That's why I called you here. Like, anything goes. You know, my other car, we cut it apart. I'm not married to any of this. Don't think about specifics of a bubble top or a dune buggy or whatever.
So you're not necessarily married to the classic dune buggy thing, then? Okay.
No, that's the thing. Full custom show car. My whole goal with this is like a nice, finished, high quality vehicle. I was telling Johnny, dune buggy isn't the key word here, it's show car. That's the end result. I did all the mechanical stuff, so it's basically a driving car as is if I put the engine in, and I stalled on it because I want to make something crazy.
Okay.
Something like no one's ever seen. It's not a dune buggy.
Still keeping it rear engine, I'm assuming?
It's gonna be rear engine for
Okay.
sure. Anything goes back there.
And as far as...
The wheelbase is set.
So in my head, you know, I'm thinking to myself, man, there's not much here. What could I even bring to this? You know, that kind of thing. So I'm really gonna have to push the limits of my abilities.
My whole logic here is I'm trying to bring out the best in Johnny, you know, all of his creativity. If I showed him something, again, that was like a finished vehicle, we'd be running over old territory. Start with something completely, you know, straight in your face, nothing but potential, and just let him run with it.
So is there any more parts that you have for it? Like,
oh, if you're looking for something that has the feeling.
Yeah, that'd be, I mean, that would
I
help.
have this. My friend Bob gave me this porthole.
Okay. A porthole.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I have a dune buggy and a porthole, and the greatest artist I could hope to work with. So, I mean, what more do you need?
Last time I had a bubble and some fins.
Oh, here's
and a
your bubble.
chassis.
Yeah.
And then you showed me a picture of a dragster.
I got other windows.
So he pulls out, you know, porthole, and then this long little window. And I have to remind myself, everything I've thrown at him so far, the guy's pulled it off. I'm ready for the ride. It's gonna be pretty exciting. So I'm pumped now. I'm getting the point, Ian. No rules.
No
just
rules.
Whatever. Okay.
The whole thing with the pile O parts that I've set up for this is just cool things with cool shapes. It's a boat windshield. Maybe, I don't know. What else do you want? Just like the roof, Johnny could take these parts or leave them. You know, I have a couple ideas about this, but really, I don't want to tell you anything because I want to see what you're thinking. All you have to do is something cooler than what you did last time.
So there's maybe the challenge. I go as crazy as I can go, and how far can we push you?
Exactly. I ain't scared.
Okay, a little ping pong.
Right, exactly that.
There you go, it's on you.
So,
But it
whatever.
sounds a whole lot like it's on me right now. Ian's real clear about he's not married to anything on the car. The body can go, the top can go, the wheels can go. Whatever you want to do, Johnny, let's get it down and we're gonna build from this.
Just like the Ed Roth cars. If you look at any of his cars, it's basically just a big fiberglass sculpture on tires.
Right.
Same thing here.
With a lot of cool stuff.
A lot of cool stuff. One of my heroes in car building is, of course, Ed Roth. His vehicles were made primarily out of fiberglass. Even though they were vehicles, they were all sculptures in their own right, and I used that as kind of the beacon, or rather the excuse for what I do.
Colors, graphics,
yes,
stands,
yes,
wheels.
Yes, I need that. The advantage to fiberglass in this situation is we'll be able to set up a mock-up really quick. If we don't like it, it's quick and easy to modify.
I'm ready to do this. Let's, I said, let me get my stuff out and throw down a couple drawings, and then we'll go from there.
Johnny's talent is really taking all of this, you know, potential that's in the ether, taking all the discussion and putting it on paper.
The hard part is, usually I do like a bunch of warm-up drawings, but immediately I'm like kind of like on the spot, like, hey, let's get this going. Like, you gotta draw a car now. So that part's sometimes can be a little challenging. And I just think, okay, just let go and just try to come up with something kind of crazy. Too tame.
What I'm hoping to see is that surprise. You know, he brings it. That's why he's back in the shack once again. I'm hoping to see a couple good ideas that I would have never thought of otherwise. You gotta remember, I'm West Coast, he's East Coast. Opposites attract, you know, the peanut butter, chocolate dichotomy, two great tastes that taste great together. I gave Johnny some time to do his thing. You know, he doesn't need me looking over his shoulder, you know, like a manager.
One of the things that Ian made pretty clear about this particular build is we're gonna keep it fiberglass. It's a nod back to the godfather of customization, Ed Roth.
Focus.
There's the car as is. And I tried to like do, you know, here's the original type fender, and then if it was exact.
First drawing looks pretty much just like a dune buggy, and you know, hey, everybody's got one. I'm looking to push it way further. From here forward, look, that's
Right.
the thing. The car is arching, right? It's like a thing ready to pounce,
Right.
which is awesome.
The first drawing was really some simple things that we could do to change the look of the vehicle, with still kind of a nod to how it already is. And then the second was a little more dramatic and trying to incorporate some crazy ideas. And then the third one,
Oh yeah, let's see.
what about a van thing?
That takes this, and it's like, it's still a utility, but it's a panel truck.
Right.
And I get my roof.
And your porthole.
And the porthole.
Like, these are really rough. They're not like fine-tuned drawings. These are real rough. I guess the coolest part is that he's always like, nah, that represents what I see. I see that. He doesn't need this elaborate rendering. He goes, I like that, I like that, I like that, and already, like, it's already built in his head.
I love your idea of arching the fenders up so we can get the car lower. I think that's what we should start with, for sure. Let's do it.
Okay.
Hey, the board meeting's over here.
Yeah, over here.
Come on, check this out.
What do you think? Oh, maybe he's afraid you're gonna use his dog dish again.
Could be a doghouse.
Yeah, the doghouse. It's the doghouse. Yeah, look, there's a spot for you. Okay. Approval? Yeah, okay.
It's not just a panel truck, it's a doghouse on wheels. So, driver's in the front, hands on the wheel, dog is in the back, tongue in the breeze. I think we got the green light on this project. All that's left to do is start building. I want to cut these open and then create your front fenders. I want to start there.
Were they really archy?
With that archy top, right. The thing that you did on your drawing is the hot ticket. Being that this front suspension is adjustable and I want it as low as possible, we need to get these fenders out of the way. What's happening is the fenders are coming down and hitting the tire at the ride height I want. It ain't gonna roll.
I came in pretty nervous, excited but nervous and not sure where we're gonna go. And now we're on to the next page. Now how do we take this and turn it into that drawing?
Aha! All right, now you do the same thing, but better. It's time to put Johnny to work. No free rides in this shop.
Boom. So you're taking that and you're gonna go out around that as well.
You can even see right here where it's rubbing, right? You'll see. I got room to steer. One thumb. I want to make the most of my time here with Johnny, and you know, the envisioning, the mock-up process is critical. When you're mocking stuff up three-dimensionally, it's quite a different thing. Form your fender shape that you desire out of that. Johnny's kind of out of his element here, you know, he puts the pen on the paper, so I give him a couple envisioning tools, you know, piece of TIG welding rod, and here, pull it, make some shapes, do as thou wilt, and we'll see how to make it better. It's three-dimensional envisioning. I love that, because that is that.
Oh, that. Yeah.
That's all I would think is
roll it back.
Maybe just that.
So even more aggressive, a little more aggressive. Yeah.
Once Johnny has a line drawn, we're gonna take a board, we're gonna trace it, duplicate it, that way both sides are the same. So what I'm creating is a contour of the top surface of the fender. After it's all hardened, we flip the body over and pull all of this material, the foam, etc., out from underneath. And we're using some great stuff. Shake these. Shake them.
All right. We're laying down the spray foam stuff. Ian's going at it like a precision surgeon, real nice and neat and clean. And mine's this big blob of mess.
Stay in the center. You're too high. Stay in the center. Yeah, exactly. Thing is, when you're in the house of the master, there can only be one master. You are top chef. Look at that layout, man. This panel truck idea has got me kind of thinking about stuff. I'm gonna talk to Johnny and take him on a little field trip. So this stuff's happening. You know, I got an idea for the back. You know, all we need is shapes. So let's take a ride. So this is my friend Bill's back 40. I've got a lot of treasure from this location. It's about time for the full custom field trip. Johnny's gonna love this.
After a trek up the mountain, built for hiking, Ian goes, check out this ranchero with this camper shell on it.
We're not here for the ranchero. We're here for this camper shell, which is kind of unique, you know? It's like a pickup truck shell, but it's for the smaller ranchero, and it's in worse condition than I thought.
And I'm going, please tell me this isn't your thought of what we're gonna use.
But I mean, in proportion to the dune buggy, it just might work.
I mean, I think this would definitely be pushing your talents, man.
You know what my friend Victor said? You take doo-doo and turn it into diamonds.
There's a doo-doo start for you. But I agree with you. I've seen you do crazy stuff. I've seen you take worse.
Bill and I have the same views on recycling. I always need a lot of parts. He always needs to get rid of a lot of junk. We have a great relationship. You know, we're doing this dune buggy project, sort of like this body line in that it's a sedan delivery, like the other Ranchero I did for you. So we're thinking this camper shell.
I have another one.
So you have two that you didn't throw out.
Oh, yeah, well,
Nice.
we can make a deal.
Told you this guy was cool. The second camper shell Bill showed us was way cooler.
There it is, as I remember.
Wow. Oh, look at this. Totally cool.
Here's that little...
man, it's got that's the roof, dude.
Ian gets excited. And I'm like, what? Why are you excited? I'm not seeing it.
That's the thing, this is exactly like your drawing, man. Look at the little flipper details.
Yeah, for sure.
All those embossments we were talking about having to make, like the foam on the fenders, they're already here, it's perfect.
Yeah.
This is another perfect piece of trash we're gonna make into a show car. It's gonna be awesome. Sold, sir.
Regardless of Ian's plan of whatever the project is, Bill's just super pumped. It's gonna get out of here.
Bill's got a lot of cars and he loves to talk about them to his guests. There's this one in particular that relates perfectly to our project. So this is a Falcon sedan delivery. Same vibe with the roof line as what we're doing with our project.
So I walk up on this thing, oh man, it's sitting real nice and real low, but there was something definitely different about what it is or what it was. There's just something different about it.
Yeah, no, this car is full custom.
Yeah.
I took it to him with a donor car and told him put the front end on, back end, we're all good, clip that all on. Well, when I was absent, Ian cut this car right down in half, right down the middle.
We simply split the car in half lengthwise, widened it 8 inches, and put it on an entirely modern chassis.
Even from the early days of Ian building vehicles, it was never about sticking to the rules. Yeah, I'll do whatever it takes. Split a car down the center? Yeah, that's what I gotta do to get it to fit.
As you can see with that camper shell over there, it's the same vibe, you know? Basically, this style vehicle with the wild fiberglass fenders and everything else we got going on. I just can't wait to get back to the shop and show Johnny how this camper shell will transform into a panel wagon.
I don't know, man.
I mean, look at the roof from here. That's kind of your drawing, dude. So, I mean, it's wide, but we'll do it exactly like the Ranchero. Cut it right down the center.
It's a little, it looks like it's gonna be a lot of work to cut that thing down though, right? I mean, that's a lot of pieces.
So it's simple math, right? So we come in here real fast, right? I see your visor here. We're gonna cut this off, that's gone. This bottom part's gone. This is canted forward, it's sliced through the middle, it's narrowed. Simple, right?
Yeah, that seems really easy to do.
We know right away this thing is way too big, so time for emergency surgery. I'm gonna whack this thing into shape and mock it up on the car.
And again, in Ian fashion, no hesitation, no pre-planning. He just grabs a saw. He didn't run a tape line. He just starts cutting.
Check this out.
And then suddenly, like the lines of the front of where he cut it and the back end start making sense. This might work.
King of the road. I think this is the move, man.
Yeah, I'm totally seeing it now.
Yeah, hands on the wheel.
Raked windshield, this cut back like that, that filled in. Plenty of room for the porthole.
I think it's gonna work.
I'm seeing it now.
The mock-up process is starting to take shape. You know, it's looking better every second. 2 key elements have been addressed. All that's left to do is everything. My main goal is to set up the entire side profile while Johnny's here. I know there's gonna be a lot of loose ends to tie up, but I just wanna get that inspiration cemented before he takes off. What I wasn't expecting with this spray foam is it's shrunk up considerably. See, it's lifting off the car.
Right.
You've heard the term surgical precision.
Right.
Well, this ain't that. We're gonna trim the shrubbery on this.
Ian reminds me that this is a pretty important stage that we gotta get the shaping right, because again, it's gonna be the underside of the fenders. And I'm over there with a saw just hacking away on it, and cross my fingers I'm getting it right. I don't know, man. This is, yours looks way better. So you might have to, yeah, there you go.
The thing about this is it's highly unrefined. So for someone as professional as Johnny, he's having trouble adapting to the situation, you know. You're thinking surgical precision, and I bring out these tools and they don't jive.
Pro? Not pro.
Well, that's why they have different racing classes too.
Okay.
Secret sauce. Fiberglass is pretty simple in that you cut these mats to whatever desired shape you want, mix up some goo, slush it all together, and apply. We're building the underside of the car, so it looks super sloppy, but that's okay because we're gonna refine it. The whole idea is once we have some type of structure, we can start refining it, and then playing on how it interacts with the rest of the body lines.
I've watched Ian do metalwork on stuff, and usually the results for the eye are really quick. This, it doesn't really look good.
Those are gonna set up, let them sit till tomorrow. Let's get busy on this. The whole thing about restyling a car, chop top, right? You're trying to make some kind of a statement of a flow of the vehicle. So this ain't no tail dragger, it's just some kind of funky nose down 70s freak machine. The roof's gotta follow suit.
So Ian's like Dr. Frankenstein, and there's the monster, and I'm just Igor, just trying to not get in the doctor's way and be the best help I can be. Yes, master, whatever you want, master.
How does that sound?
Sounds good to me.
The whole thing with this is just chop, cut, envision, This is a really easy panel to set in place. It's the angle that counts. Chop top, camper top.
Super working.
Dude, this is it.
Who is that mystery man?
I show up to a car show and I'm like, hey, thanks, glad you like the paint job. Yeah, I'll be with you in 1 second. My friend and I built it. I mean, you've never heard anybody say, man, that car was so cool. Did you see how he entered and exited with such grace? I feel like this chop top look, we're on the right path. This is what the car needed. We gotta cut the back of that car off right now. I can't look at it. I can't stand to witness it one more second. It's gotta go.
We'll totally see the look that way.
Exactly, right. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's just figure out this opening, because this looks funny. Yeah, you can see how wide this is, we know we're gonna have an opening to get in here.
Right.
Probably cut this up a bit. It's the old school guillotine technique, right? So this is your wall surface, and that's the line. Stick your neck out, and wherever that blade came down got chopped off. Exactly that, the guillotine technique. Strength. Aha. We have our pre-seasoned fiberglass panel. I was using this wooden panel as my mixing board for the fiberglass, and thusly it has become pre-treated with fiberglass resin. At this point, we're into the fabrication aspect of things, and that's where I excel. So I'm trying to keep Johnny in the game, We get this thing colored all one tone, and I want him to draw the opening. I kind of know what I'm looking for, but I want to see where his head's at.
And now it's really starting to look like the drawing a lot. Frankenstein's monster is now starting to look like it's coming alive. Straight through there, and then back to the turn.
Like that. See? That wasn't so hard. That's how cavemen did it. That's it. We were doing the same body line, right?
Oh man, come on.
You nailed it.
Come on. Dude, that is cool.
That's it, man. Look at that. That's totally cool.
Right? Look, he's getting excited. Right?
So we're standing back looking at the car, and the dog is just like a wild man. He rarely shows this much enthusiasm at such an early stage of the project.
Love it.
Chop top camper shell.
Right?
We are on the right track here. We just got to keep this inspiration flowing and work on the next. Johnny and I have 1 day left before he's got to hit the road. We got to make the most of our time and get this mock-up nailed.
I couldn't sleep last night, man. So I did a little homework. Let's see if the teacher approves.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Wow. Surprise to me, Johnny busts out another drawing, and this time he's gone for it. He's introduced a bunch of other elements. The porthole I wanted is included. This is what I was hoping for the whole time. This is Johnny in his element. Now that he's understanding the concept, he's able to take the proportions and just freak out on it.
My whole thing in my head was I just kept looking at the camper shell that we got, and the way you sat it in there and the way it's just evolved, and from that into, just to give it a more visual of like what it would look like finished. So the great thing about Ian's collaboration with me is he's always pushing me to do better than I thought I could do. This drawing for me really was one of those moments. The color, you know, whatever you decide to go with color-wise, and then it reminded me of the Johnny 5. And remember how much the yellow popped in the sun?
For sure.
Like those three colors together.
Yeah. We're just in the concept phase.
Right.
I'll do all the freaking dirty work. That's what I needed. A good line to go off of. That is crazy cool, dude. Porthole and a sunroof. He's got some crazy moonroof, sunroof thing. This feature that shows an elongated window through the top of the roof. Oh man, that's so close. I wish we had this before we cut the top. We cut it a ½ inch too much.
It's in there kind of wonky.
Yeah, it'll work for sure. We're gonna cut a hole in the car anyway, but it's worth doing whatever it takes.
So do you got to fill it in first, then put it in, or
No, we're cutting it right now.
that's not gonna screw with the body line? We already.
Nope. Whatever it takes to make this happen, that's what we're gonna do. When you have a good idea, you gotta act on it right away. You gotta feed on that energy and feel out if the concept's gonna work.
You know, Ian being Ian, he just pulls a Sharpie out and lays a couple lines down and starts to hacking.
This element will really help to define the rest of the roof line. Totally cool.
Right?
And I'll have to build that, but that's fine.
Yeah, but that totally works,
Yeah.
man.
The porthole is a simple procedure, you know, just trace out your circle, cut it, and it screws right in. Pressure fit. Oh, look at the dimension once it's on the car. It's like a little moon. The one thing that'll set it off, like your drawing, is to modify that fender.
Yeah.
And we're off to the races.
It's gotta be done now.
Yeah, for sure. At this point, we're just trying to get all the lines in place, you know, get something proportional. And one big sore spot is these rear fenders. Something's got to change. All of your drawings, every one of them, you know, they're showing this like up, down. It's a roller coaster, right?
Right.
Roller coasters ain't horizontal. Right. Not only do the fenders swoop up, they need to get widened and reshaped a bit. You know, it's all about the look. Because your drawing is showing this surface here.
Right.
So let's just cut, because we love this thing.
I do love that thing.
Let's just cut right through the flat and take this off. Aha! I was thinking something like that.
Oh. Wow.
That's just me. Now for the down drop, we can make it out of this and just wrap this in. We're not doing any welding on this project, man.
We're not mastering of any metals. This has been arts and crafts project the whole time.
The main positive aspect of working with fiberglass is you get the mock-up really raw, and then you're able to solidify it with this really flexible material. So you can see the mock-up comes fast.
Yeah, man, the silhouette is totally there.
I think the biggest part of my future car building revolves around collaborating with an artist. Johnny's a great collaborator simply because we have the same aesthetic. You know, we have this love, this passion for those really far out show cars. There's a ton more work to do, so by the time you get back, you know, you'll see there will be a whole other adventure happening.
Right.
And, we'll be on to the next.
So I know I gotta hit the road, but I'm invested in this project. I plan to be in this thing from start to finish. Who knows what'll happen? Everything that we just did might go right out the window. Ian might come up with another idea. But all I know is at the end of the day, it's gonna be a badass machine. It's gonna look super cool, and I can't wait to get in it.
All right, after my collaboration with Johnny Jalopy, I took all of our inspiration, foam and tape, and fiberglassed it. I trapped it. After that, I went right on to this driver's side and refined it right through to finished primer. Did a couple cool elements of my own in the rear fender, and by finishing off the bodywork, I solved a lot of the questions I was having, but I also have a whole new can of worms with issues to refine. One of the main challenges, you know, back to front, it goes from this very flat, faceted shape and turns into these curved sort of fenders. It's flat, ridge, flat, ridge, flat, ridge, flat, 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 round. This is an ongoing issue. You know, I'll continue to refine this as the build progresses. There's about 50 hours into this bodywork as is. One problem I'm having that I didn't even consider was this free-floating roof thing.
and I had to put in these temporary braces to keep it aligned. Those gotta go, but before I get rid of them, I gotta come up with some kind of structure to keep this roof from flexing anymore. My first idea was I would just support the roof somehow to the body in the front, but I will not compromise that floating roof boat windshield thing. Is too cool. One of his drawings showed this kind of cool center console that wrapped up towards this moonroof here. So I'm thinking that look, you know, could very well come into being as some type of a structural element. Of course, this element will be refined, you know, whether it's painted, upholstered, who knows, but you're going to see it, so it's got to be super strong and look super cool. It's like a race car, you know? You get up, you're in the stadium, before you do your jump across the Snake River Canyon, you wave to the crowd, and then you're in. You know, ideally, just coming in naturally, I grabbed right here through the hole in the roof, so maybe that's the answer. It has some kind of a grab handle. You gotta squirm this way, and naturally you're wanting to grab something. Wave to the crowd, and then you're out. Like everything else I make, you know, I start with the envisioning procedure. I want it to support the roof, and I also want to create some kind of a grab handle that can support a person getting in. So, that's my loose mock-up. As you can see, the contours are following the look of the side profile. It's pretty cool, huh? Speechless. Make this out of 1.5-inch round tube and I'll bend it to spec. Good call? Is it a deal? He still doesn't seem convinced. Shortest description of what I'm using is the 2-inch round heavy wall tube and then like 1 3/4 heavy wall tube. It'd be easier for me to just bend these in separate pieces. That way, for length, I can just adjust it and weld it. It doesn't need to be certified. It's not a racing roll cage. He knows a racing roll cage should be TIG welded, stress relieved, all that other stuff. It's not a race car, man. Not named the shop inspector for nothing. It's like a Rolodex of specs that you have to adhere to. A stickler for detail. The issue I was having with this roof was it was going like this, left to right. So I think that this thing coming forward is gonna have a T-bar on it with 2 adjustable perches. Now that I see it in the car, this is the look I'm after. I need to set up a little extra support for some strength, and this thing will be installed. So you're gonna want the handle right there. The end game for the visual appearance of this is yet undetermined. Maybe there'll be like a center console that this element sprouts from. All I know is what I've accomplished has secured and centered that roof panel. So that's the story. I'm sticking to it. We got this crazy looking contraption that is both a roof reinforcement and a grab handle. For those who have put their time in at the fiberglass prison, you know the process. And for the rest of you, it's about time you've learned. The truth is, there's nothing good about this material. From the start to the finish. In the end, it's still a fiberglass car. It's a miserable process. I don't know why anybody would repeatedly try this. So here I am, urging you to not try this at home. This is horrible. As tedious and laborious as it is, it's gotta happen. And I'm doing it for you. So it's important to see the process. Just like I did the driver's side, I'm bringing up the passenger side, but with a few different contours. The hard thing in these fenders, even when it was stock, was how this really flat rear fender blended into this rounder shape up front. And through time, the whole body's sagged down. I mean, if you compare this side to the other side, look, this is not vertical, this is pulled in. There's no way this would release from the mold. Aging sucks, quite frankly. So I got this piece of PVC. This guide bar is gonna give me a nice new straight shot, and I can come off of all this is a new modification, the old repair, and everything. And I'm just gonna bury it in new material. These screws will be removed later. I just need them right here to adhere the fiberglass and keep everything in shape. Gotta lay up the nasty. This is the root of all evil. I don't know why they call it kitty hair, but when you look in there, it's a vile concoction. That just oozes personality. The necessary evil of a fiberglass car is you're literally working with the fiberglass. You've heard of the hair of the dog that bit you? This is a hair of the cat that itched you. I joke about how gross all these materials are, you know, the kitty hair, the fiberglass. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for this project. You know, the can says fills gaps and strengthens. That's exactly what we need. This process might look fun from the couch, but I assure you it's not. I know we're together for just this short time, but the process here is exactly what's happening throughout. And in any finishing detail, it seems like the more you do, the more you need to do to get to that end result. Coming for us. It's the paparazzi. They're on to us, man. Run. Kitty hair is like the one-step miracle cure for fiberglass work. It takes two processes, both the body filler and the fiberglass mat. You just slop it anywhere that needs support. And now it's time to put all that behind us and get on with the car finishing. Got through that fiberglass process, made a lot of progress. We are over the hill, into the finished bodywork stage. Inside and out, I flipped the car upside down, body filled and Duraglassed and fiberglassed and undercoated and all that other fun stuff. So, you know, the repair I was doing on this rail, when you're getting in and out of the car, you're gonna be on this, so you know, I made it thick. It's all spray foamed up inside and it's really strong. I'm really excited and relieved and pleased with all the collaboration thus far leading up to this. First things first, you know, every car needs a bumper, so I'm gonna get to work on that. The whole concept on this front bumper is stealth. I just want a neat little lip, you know, something bumps up against it, it'll hit metal instead of the paint. This tube bumper's super simple, but its placement is critical. You know, it's gotta support the look of that nose coming down. You know, the width should be appropriate, and then just two bars to triangulate that should it run into something. That looks right to me. Hey, check this out. This looks so good. This would look great in the middle of the dashboard, don't you think? He's not having it. It's just gonna go right to the front beam and weld on, just like a buggy bumper should. So, that's the deal. One dune buggy bumperette. Very, very strong. That bumper's looking good. Now that we got that in place, it's time for the next and final step of the front view. I got these cool vintage KC units. They're off-road lights, but I'm gonna make them into headlights, you know, high-low beam. They go with that kind of groovy 70s thing, you know, you see them on choppers, you see them on trucks, you see them on dune buggies. They're all right. Now that I got the bumper on, I got to get the headlights in place. You know, their positioning is critical to the overall look of the front end of the car. This car's got too mean of a nose to have those, you know, up in the air headlamps. So they're going to be down in here somewhere. You know, the placement of these is pretty critical. Oh, a special delivery. He's arrived. I got a special delivery, and apparently it's arrived. We've got a little arrangement in progress. Oh my God, that's the coolest car I've ever seen. Holy Krakatoa. I knew that my friend Tom was on the way. I just really didn't expect him to show up with the rig he was driving.
How's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. How's it going? Good. You said you were throwing it in your truck and coming by. What the heck is this?
It's a 77 Super Bugger.
You ain't kidding. Where do you even get one of these?
Back in 77, you could buy them right off the showroom floor at Super Campers.
Oh, man. It's too bad I was only 7 years old. This is unlike anything I've ever seen. This is possibly the coolest thing I've ever seen. What, how's the rear view? I mean, it's awesome.
I think I've gone through maybe 70 cars in the last 5 years, and out of everything I've owned, no matter how crazy it is, this Super Bugger gets more attention and looks than anything I've ever owned. It's just ridiculous.
I've just been outclassed. I might as well just quit. Everything I've ever done with VWs, it doesn't even compare to this. So how many of these things did they make?
I heard they made about 200, but we've only been able to find a handful of them.
I've seen the vintage trailers with this look, but
yeah,
this is incredible.
I've been into cars most of my life. My dad owned an auto parts store, so I grew up in the scene, and I've just been into everything, you know, stuff with the history, 60s, 70s vibe. It's just a crazy time period where they're building stuff like Ian's doing.
Just get in the camper.
Stove, your sink, your fridge, your water.
Oh, and an engine. So this looks expensive.
A little bit.
I put the word out that I was looking for engine options, you know, kind of anything goes, and he said, let me come down and show you what I'm thinking.
That's a 2332.
That's
full
big.
flow, deep sump, balanced, Dick Landy blower, and then it's got the dual 44 side drafts on top. Yeah, and that's putting out over 200 horse.
So this Volkswagen has two engines. I thought we were pulling it out of the back, but we're pulling it out of the middle.
Anybody could pull up with just a motor in the back of their truck, but I figure we could fit the motor in this somehow, pull out the table, move the seats out, get it in there, get it down here, and just surprise them with it. I figure you'd appreciate seeing all this and
yeah,
get a kick out of it. Cool, let's go check out the buggy.
Yeah, come on in.
Oh wow, dude, how cool is that? When I first saw the buggy, it totally exceeded anything I was picturing or imagining. It's actually way cooler than I thought it would ever look. If you see something you want, you know instantly, and that was instantly.
And I'm excited to see that engine here. You know, they pop right in.
I say let's mock it up.
Bring that bugger in here.
Yeah, let's get that in.
I am really digging this Super Bugger. I don't know where his head's at. If he's willing to do some trading, we could probably come to terms. This thing is totally cool. Man, what does the guy got to do to get this off your hands?
Oh, man.
You look burdened by this, so I'm trying to help you out.
I think I'm gonna need a dune buggy probably.
Yeah, that could be arranged. I gotta let the inspector check this out.
Oh, right on. Looks like I picked up a passenger.
He's gotta do the thorough inspection, man. He's gotta put his nose on all of it. First things first, we gotta get this engine out of the rig and into the dune buggy.
Wanted to make sure that didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I know. Wow. It's a little heavier with all this extra horsepower bolted to it. Aha!
There we go.
Look at that. Ta-da! This is like the king of mutants in the VW world. This is heavily modified, like it's full race. Every aspect of the engine has been modified for performance.
Let her down.
That is it. You can't figure this stuff out until you put it together, but the horns are pointing at the fenders. It's like it works. I gotta send this picture to Johnny. He's gonna lose his freaking gourd. Wave to Johnny. Perfect.
It was cool to see him, because I know he doesn't usually show a lot of emotion, and to see him just totally blown away by the overall look with that motor in there, I knew that was just gonna get the fire lit up and that thing was gonna be finished right away.
This project just got put in the slingshot and it's drawn and ready to fire.
I know I'm gonna get this car one way or another, but we'll do some horse trading. It'll be beneficial for both of us, and I'll end up bringing it home.
This engine was the missing link. You know, this is the thing, this is the impetus to get this car to the finish line. So I am just fired up. It's time to get freaking crazy on this. See, what they don't know is that this was my grand plan of diversion. Without all that inspecting going on, pure art is the result. There'll be no check and balance from here on out. You're in the dog days of summer, literally. It's about 100 degrees in here, and I'm just getting warmed up.
Yikes.
Looks like I got myself into another ridiculous project.
Like anything goes. You know, my other car, we cut it apart. I'm not married to any of this.
No rules.
No
just
rules.
Whatever.
My friend Johnny and I, we worked out this crazy idea based on his Volkswagen chassis. A fantasy show car. That's how I would describe it.
That takes this, and it's like, and I get my roof.
And your porthole.
And the porthole. You know, I got an idea for the back. You know, all we need is shapes.
No hesitation, no pre-planning. He just grabs a saw. This might work.
Chop top camper shit.
Right?
We moved through the mock-up really fast, and the car started to take shape.
Holy Krakatoa.
Then my friend Tom got involved and brought in this monster engine.
This project just got put in the slingshot, and it's drawn and ready to fire.
It's time to get freaking crazy on this.
Well, there's a new kid in town, wouldn't you say?
I thought it was about time to get Shop Inspector some companionship. I got another stray pit rescue. Her name's Angel, and I think she'll be the perfect companion for the inspector.
They've been together for one day, and they're like old buddies.
Dude's kind of a unique character. You know, he is the shop inspector. Not looking for anything more than a companion, you know. Maybe keep Mr. Face busy for a while I'm working.
You saw that temper tantrum he threw with the, dare I say, roll bar? Needs to lighten it up a little. It's a fun shop. No more arguments. Just keep it on the level. You know, a little lady action in the room might help things out a little.
So this car's progressing. You know, the bodywork, I'm just trucking right through it as I do. I pulled the engine out so I could finish off the back of this body, put in some MDF to stiffen it up a little bit, and blended this one in. So it's all screwed and glued. It's nice and strong. Got through the majority of the bodywork, and now it's on to the details, the aesthetics. Johnny's coming out in a few days to check the progress. There's a few key things that I want to get in place before he gets here. I want to get these side pods in action. Johnny's drawing shows some pretty cool details of these fins along the side. Key design point Johnny came up with was this fin action below the fenders. It's open for interpretation. You know, the main thing for me is to make it flow with the proportions of the car.
So the outer face of the wheel width is represented in the thickness of these fins, and then it just tapers down to nothing. So a bunch of big wedge shapes.
The biggest challenge in translating the drawing to the vehicle is truth versus fantasy. This car has certain proportions that, with any logic, cannot be altered. This is a mock-up. I'm just trying to get something established to work with. The reason for using these materials is that they're plentiful. I can go to the supply store and get way more. Once it's mocked up, assembled, they get coated in epoxy primer, maybe a little fiberglass on the back to rigidize it. You paint them with automotive paint, and that's the finished product.
That panel on the bottom, all of a sudden it's in proportion. So you literally have this big block wedge with the fenders running through it. And now you're looking at this. And then the fenders just kind of jamming through it. That's good.
Just setting up this backboard, you know, I'm really happy with the way it gives that lowered appearance to the car. You could almost leave it as is, but I really think I could take it up another notch.
I don't know how big these darts are gonna be, so I'm just gonna split this right down the center and fit it up and figure out how many, how big. Now I have this giant shape. Gonna go something like that, I think. What did I get myself into? Fortunately, they only come one at a time. If they ever double teamed, I might not make it up.
The last thing I needed was another shop inspector. You know, 2 shop inspectors, I'm kind of outnumbered at this point, you know? I'm 6'2", hand of authority, and now it got double teamed on me, so we'll see how this develops.
This is pretty much what I was thinking, a series of these going up the line. I think we're just gonna have 4 ribs because that's what this is dictating.
I've seen this kind of style on some sports cars, you know, 80s Ferraris, some other weird concepts, but you know, I'm going for my own vibe on it. It's like, oh, okay, that makes me think of this, but it's unique.
I see some issue here. From here, these are perfectly parallel, but when you're standing up looking at it, they're perfectly unparallel.
In the first layout, you know, it looked kind of like Venetian blinds, just lines stacked. I wanted it more like a, you know, a fan, oriental fan, little flair. I'm trying to find that sweet spot, as with everything. The thing about this is the perspective of the lines has to be measured by how it feels, how the whole car flows. You know, you cannot put a formula on it. Yeah. So that's what I was looking for. You see, that upper one flows with the fender line. Getting these fins primered like the rest of the car would really help to finalize this aspect. I gotta get the thing grayed out, then it all looks the same. My next step is to envision. Thought you were on supply duty. It's your first day here. We're gonna have to run through a couple quick parameters. Primer cabinet is always full. This one is empty. Take note of it, check the serial number. I want a case by tomorrow morning. There is a certain etiquette in this workshop, as loose as it seems. Bottom line is if you want to eat, you gotta work. I really like this, you know, I'm gonna make a couple other enhancements, both to the interior and to the rear end. That's a big issue. Just like with the sides, filled it in, I'm gonna do something in the back, off to the races. The paint cabinet is stocked. She doesn't even have thumbs, yet produced. The last step of envisioning is the primer. You know, just get the thing one tone, and then it's a yay or a nay. With the white, you don't get the shadow play of this gray tone, so now you can really get a feel for the dimension of this. The white just looks all bleached out. The shadows, everything works together. It's good. I'm totally happy with that design. I'll mimic it for the other side, but there's bigger fish to fry. I'm working on multiple projects. I got all this board kind of fitted in. That's going to be the interior panels with upholstery on it, but I also have a really cool idea for the dashboard. Very little sculpture, all business. We need to enhance. Victor and I did this sports car project, and we used an old Sterling kit car.
The only thing I really want on this thing is this top. You know what, we may use some of the silhouette, but this top, the way it opens, gotta go on the Porsche.
From the jump, that dashboard was dynamite. My challenge is to make this funky 70s vibe fiberglass dashboard fit in that car. This is what we're working with. Vintage Stuart Warner tachometer. These go on this, which is even more awesome. And lastly but not leastly, if you know sound systems from the 70s, Kraco. I don't even care if it works, it's going in the car. So look at that. Freaking floating space pods on this awesome wraparound dashboard. The basis of my projects has always been found parts. So this next step is just in that same vein. Victor didn't even look twice at this thing, so you know me. Put it in the back pocket, put it in the semi-permanent collection. He's gonna be surprised when he sees it, 'cause he's like, oh, I should have used that in another car, but it's gonna be too late. It all depends what you're going for in the end. You know, if you just put in a set of cool gauges or whatever in the stock body, hey, you get that out of it. If you want a freak show, you gotta go the full length. And that's what I need. I need a freak show dashboard. Sitting there, you can see how this is all gonna congeal. You know, it's offering a huge support visually to that tube frame. And then, yeah, with the windshield, the split windshield, we need this. I think everyone will agree it's a nice looking unit, but how are you gonna get it in there? As a great man once said, it just isn't even close to fitting. So, I'm just gonna cut it up. Here we go. I've cut so much stuff apart at this point, you know, you just look right through it. You know, a butcher doesn't need a road map to where he's going, right? He just knows the cuts, gets rid of the excess fat, and makes it happen. It's summertime for sure, so this is the old standby, you know. Not only does it portably cool, it blows the dust that way, very efficiently. With any found object, as long as you make the right moves, you can get the right results. So this is exactly where it needs to be. Now, the center comes right to here. There's plenty of room for the shifter and the emergency brake. These two pieces did not go together, and hey, now they work. Just put a couple screws to secure that. That's all gonna get fiberglassed. These are obviously not the right shape, so I'm gonna start with the center pods and then work these out independently. So you can see with a few minor pieces trimmed off, the Sterling dashboard is a perfect fit. Look at that. The success of having these three shapes fit in the car, okay, that's great. What's really gonna sell it is getting it all glassed and molded in so it looks like one piece. You know, all the center detail is retained, looking like the Sterling, which is what I was looking for. Once it's all molded in together, it's really gonna sell it, but you know, when the inspectors start responding, you can see there's a little curiosity going on. I think we're on the right track. The thing this concept needed was that final coat of primer to cement the deal. I mean, this is kind of what I saw when I first thought of putting the Sterling dashboard in here. It still needs refinement, but you can see it's now one piece instead of all those separate components, and everything's there. All I gotta do is wire it up. That's the only thing that gets you through a project like this is these small rewards. You know, there are so many tasks to be completed on a custom car as involved as this, you know. Just to get that dashboard and the primer is like a little glimpse of the light at the end of the tunnel. Inspector number one has given full approval and sign off on the dashboard, and now it's time to get to the details on the back end. Well, the engine intake speaks for itself. You know, these giant megaphone style velocity stacks. I want the exhaust to mimic these, so these big horn shapes are definitely gonna be the exhaust. The whole car's gotta flow together. So those trumpets, you know, the air's coming in, where does the air go out? The exhaust. Those two elements should be in the same flavor. All right, there's your custom exhaust setup. Full custom dune buggy needs a full custom exhaust. Just like anything else, it's gonna be made from scratch, so I ordered a whole pile of parts to get to getting. The challenge therein is to make this tangled pile of tubing and make it look like a beautiful piece of machinery. The way this blower is perched on the engine, you have an open side and a more cramped side. This is the challenge with this exhaust, because you know, the engine's gonna look asymmetrical. There's no way around it. See the pulley and the blower, everything's off to this side of the setup. So that's the challenge of making the exhaust look like it works. You're in the dog days of summer, literally. It's about 100 degrees in here, and I'm just getting warmed up. This is kind of cool. Like, what if they kind of projected from a center point like this? There's 2 and 2 right there, kind of out. For this exhaust build, you know, my main thought is that it has to look balanced. The exhaust has to complement the engine and not take anything away from the fantastic components that it's already presenting. That's what I'm talking about. That's a total cartoon car exhaust. I like the exhausts. I really want to get the taillights in place just to see how the whole thing plays. The official reproduction Mustang taillight lens. Unlike some other people we know, for me, this taillight decision is going to be real easy. Perfect. I don't think this car needs anything any more crazy than one of the old dune buggy standards. You can see, it's perfect. I'm kind of a make a decision and stick it guy. My mind's made up. This thing is totally freaky, funky 70s style. This is exactly right. Johnny's coming out in a couple days. There's a lot more to be done as far as assembly and finish work, but those 2 taillights, those 4 exhaust pipes, you know, that's the look. I need to finish up the exhaust on the other side, but there's one more key component I want to get established before Johnny comes back. Duplicated the exhaust concept on the passenger side, did a bunch of finish welding, and now it's clearly represented. And there'll be some finish work just in, you know, finishing the welds, but that's the look. It came out really cool. Even though the sheet metal megaphones are uncharacteristic at the end, these end caps make it look like the laser gun. It's just a good effect. What it needed was that little center engine, you know, it looked like it was wearing a backpack. And now it's got freaking claws. Looks like it's gonna grab something if it backs up. This simple design was really effective in completing that bulked out rear end. The rear end is fitted out for sure. The one thing that's missing is this windshield. You know, this concept of the floating roof will really be cemented when you see the windshield mounted here and there's nothing attaching. In other words, no A-pillar attachment. First things first is these 3 pieces of authentic brass boat windshield. A lot of the hot rods you see, you know, Model A, T-buckets, that type of thing, they're using like a Halleck or Duval style windshield, and it's basically a 3-pillar window. This Chris Craft boat windshield looks just the same as that. I mean, if you just sat it here, it would be fine, but I don't like that. What I like is it for it to sit here, pointing at the roof, so that this is never touching. I think I have to create some kind of a shape at this level, so this thing sits like that. The stage is set for some full custom figuring out. I think they're happy. She's doing the Scooty. See, what they don't know is that this was my grand plan of diversion. Without all that inspecting going on, pure art is the result. There'll be no check and balance from here on out. I'm gonna have to do some modifications to this, so I don't wanna just stack on top of the primer. I wanna get right down to the base material and build off of that. So what I want to do is take that big sanded out surface and then I'm going to sculpt it to look cooler. Right now it's on a shelf, it's like this. It's going to be a flat plate, it's just a stamp, one shot. This is just establishing the height for the center post to sit. I know a couple tricks that will help me just go through the process efficiently. You set that and push it flat. Critical thing is I got to get the center pillar looking parallel with the roof support. Haha, is a flat surface. All we were trying to do is just create that flat pad that sits on. That's the height. Process with this is one step at a time. Get your center centered and then figure out what the angle is on one side and then follow through with the other. Really the best way is to eyeball it because you can see clearly, you know, when you're down the line, if they're like that, you know, there's got to be parallel. You may be asking yourself, how is he possibly going to get all those things at the same height? Got these epic sanding discs from 3M. I mean, come on, you didn't think I was gonna not customize every last thing. There you have it, 4-foot block sander. Look at that, you sand it. He has that look in his eye. I didn't say it was gonna be professional, but it works. The purpose of mocking up the windshield is just like everything else, a 3-dimensional, full-scale representation of where you're going. The end result of this is still yet open. You know, you can do a traditional clear glass, you can do Lexan, colored glass, colored Lexan, tinted, anything goes. Really happy with the way this windshield progressed. Still some final details, like everything else, but definitely enough to show Johnny, and I got some plans. Making good progress on the car, but as much as I like to stay confined in my own cell, the outside world is always calling. Minding my own business, I get an SOS call from Victor. So is there anything you want to change on this one, or is it okay?
No, this is it.
Okay.
This one's done.
No more enhancements?
Never. Ian, I know I said at cruise night I wasn't gonna change anything, but I got a little bored, so I figure, hey, it's time to just touch it up, right?
The thing is, that's all it takes with Victor. It's just like one little glimmer of, oh, yeah, that's right. We haven't changed this car up in a while. The good news is, I never finished the front grille. You went ahead and powder coated all the parts and painted the car. There was one other thing I wanted to build on it, and you know, I never got to finish this front end. It was like 15 years ago. As much as it pains me to say, this car was like almost 20 years ago when I met Victor.
This was a 4-door, and Winfield made it into a 2-door, and I had it sitting for years in my backyard. Then I met you, and you started on my hood. Remember, I brought you to do the hood, the front bumper, the back bumper, so the car is iconic.
One really cool thing about this car is that not only did it come from Winfield's shop as one of his projects, but it's also the first car that Victor and I ever collaborated on. When I met Victor, he didn't know what he wanted, so we ended up using parts from like 5 different cars. If you look at the center grille teeth, they're actually castings off of a '53 Ford pickup. There's Cadillac parts in the bumper, there's Buick parts, there's a little Ford in there, you know, it's all mixed up. This collaboration was like Victor. He was the fish on the line. I hooked him with this project, and so it went. Here we are, 20 years later. I know Victor's mode, but you know, it's always a surprise when he just goes for it. I mean, he doesn't really have to go for it as hard as he does.
You know, this has been a good car. I just want to clean it up, you know, restore it back to show quality. It wasn't show quality, it was cruising quality, but I need a cruising show quality car. Your chance to finish up what you were going to do 15 years ago with the front bumper.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's made out of a lot of parts. First thing I would say I would like it to represent is sort of like the 50 or 51 Chevy, where it has that cool overrider above the grille set. This will be like a little pan that just brings it all together. So Victor was saying, I'm not really changing anything, I'm just freshening it up, you know. New upholstery, new drivetrain, fresh new paint. Basically the same car, just betterer.
And I love it because it's my daily driver. This was the funnest car that I own.
The whole thing about this project is just to get it back in action. You know, Victor's got a team of body guys, upholstery, you know, the whole team's here. For me, it's just a matter of seeing the car back assembled and down the road. It's always nice to have a diversion. You know, I got multiple projects going on. Johnny's on his way into town. I gotta get to it. Picked up Johnny at the airport, and we are straight on our way to the Pomona swap meet. We're just about, not to the finish line of this project, but we're getting close. Not only does the swap meet have parts, it has cars, a full car show, so it is full sensory overload. Keep your eyes peeled. I want you alert, focused, ready to make a deal.
Sweet. Nothing's better than you get back into town and immediately Ian's like, dude, let's go to Pomona. It's like the mecca for finding like really good parts for different stuff. Like if you got a project that you're building, like Pomona's the place you want to go.
Still a few elements to flesh out on the car, so it is like a part search as well as inspiration day, you know? The whole thing is just keep an open mind. We never know what we're gonna come up on. Look at this vent.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wait a second, that's paint work. That's not, tell me you didn't think that was a true custom body scoop.
That look real.
Like I did the little vents on the back of the Johnny 5, they just took it to the next level. I mean, I was ready to put my finger in there and see how it was made. It's really good.
Yeah, it totally looked three-dimensional.
Yeah. So I mean, an element like that on our little speed buggy,
for sure,
would be pretty trippy.
And Ian's like, let's see if we can find some cool stuff for the project. Anything goes.
Those are some sand front tires. I like that look. Yeah, check these out, dude. I mean, that's the race car look for sure. And look how low the front end could be with those little fronts. Johnny's always drawn the cartoon proportions, so to get a tire as big as his drawings show, it's a challenge, you know? So we come up on these drag racing slicks. They definitely got a cool look to them. Maybe, maybe not. So here's some big baddies. I mean, those are paddles. That's for the sand, but they might have something else. The great thing about being immersed in this massive swap meet is you have tons of different things to compare. Like this size here, look at this one. $35. Not really the flavor.
They look good. I just wish those back ones were bigger.
When it comes to tire size, you know, wider, taller, anything that just makes it look more cartoony.
Yeah, there's some fatter tires. I mean, that'd be some pretty good meats right there.
But then that style is almost like what we have. Oh man. Walking through, I come upon this wider style of sort of the same turbine rim, and they're much bigger.
I bought them for a VW kit car, but they don't make the adapter for that wheel.
Oh.
So.
Is that doable?
I ain't scared.
That's what we need right there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Here, hold it. Take ownership.
Well,
It's like, yeah, give the guy the puppy, right?
Yeah.
Falls in love with it. Yo, they are 15 by 10, says right on it. This is a step in the cartoon direction. So
Pay that guy.
awesome. This is kind of ideal scenario. The guy's saying, I absolutely can't use them, and I know I can modify to make them fit.
Ian's the master of the deal. They were a larger size, like turbine look that we already kind of have on the car. I think it's gonna look even better.
Off the plane for 5 minutes, it already cost me $50. Let's go stash these in the truck and get back to shopping. Another thing I need is a new hat, so there's usually a regular person here.
Like everyone's got one.
I know, everybody's got one. Somebody's selling them for sure.
So I just walk up to him and go, Ian? Oh, wait, you're not Ian. You're not Ian. One of the coolest parts of being here at Pomona is, people recognizing Ian from the show, which is really cool. And just seeing him interact with the people who really are excited about what he does. And everybody was really encouraging. Hey man, we can't wait to see what you're building next.
Oh, look at this high roof. Look at that thing. That's the real toaster.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the full loaf of bread. Walking around the car show, there are tons of different cars here, and hopefully you can get some inspiration for the paint.
We're walking down, there's a line of 64 Impala, Fleetwoods, long Cadillacs, old cars, 40s cars, the Mexican bombs that were just chrome for days, and just, you can only imagine how much they cost to get them to the point that they are. Like one after the other, just really well done paint job cars.
I think we're entering the lowrider section. Lowriders are a great paint inspiration because that's one of their primary features is the bodywork guys and the painters just show off their stuff. Dude, so this guy's got all the action going on. I mean, look at the weird tape lines and the fades and everything like that. The main thing about these paint jobs, from my standpoint, is when somebody looks at it, they go, that is an incredible amount of work. You can really see the labor of love that this project has been. That's the whole deal with this. It's like we're not making a lowrider paint scheme, but we're definitely using metal flake and some taped lines or whatever. What I'm looking for specifically is the one thing I hadn't considered. You're always looking for that one unique aspect. The thing I'm responding to is like the simple tape lines, the readable, predictable ones can grow into a really elaborate paint scheme. That's classy.
Hell yeah, man.
Look at the hard root beer to yellow fade. I mean, just a two-tone, blue and white.
Yeah, see,
turquoise and white.
That works.
Yeah. But we're definitely not looking to make this buggy painted like a lowrider. I think the thing about these cars is a lot of them have relatively stock bodies, so the elaborate paint job takes them over the top. We're working with kind of the opposite aspect. Our body is totally customized, so to add a really wild, multi-dimensional paint scheme may take away from that. We got some new parts, we got a bunch of ideas. Let's get back to the shop and make it happen. This is where we're at, man.
Nice.
It's a little bit different than it was last time.
Wow, man. It's unbelievable. I walk in, and man, it looks really, really cool. Dude, look at the dash.
That's that Sterling dashboard from the other supercar that Victor and I worked at.
And this is so sick.
Yeah, we didn't discuss that, that's right.
Last time I was here, everything was pretty much attached with sheet metal screws or drywall stuff, and we were just kind of tacking things together, and now it's a full solid body. It came out better than I thought it was gonna come out. I can't stop looking at this part.
I got the engine from this guy, Tom. He saw the car, he saw some pictures and fell in love with it. I don't know what the deal is yet. He may be a potential buyer for it. When Tom came down and saw the car, he brought the engine. He's talking about a trade or buying the car. He's only become progressively more fascinated with the project. He shows up with this Cobra gas.
Oh, sick.
This is a flower pot. It's a plastic flower pot.
Yeah.
Look at it, right? I just put a wood board inside it and cut off the back.
I love it.
All the pieces are here, Our mission is to nail this paint scheme. I'll mount up these tires and then, the sky's the limit, dude. Just as crazy as these components are, paint job's gotta be that big and better. I'm gonna let Johnny ruminate on his paint idea for a while. I've got an idea for these rims. I wanna try it out before we mount the tires. I got this cool media blaster from Eastwood. I've been using it on everything. I got walnut shells in one side and then sand in the other.
These rims are way cool, but I have an idea. I don't want to make them look like fully polished, way too shiny. And I think if I just give the misting of the surface, these rims are going to look frosted, and then I can detail out the highlights. So it's like you got your satin, and then as soon as the shine comes around, you start to get your blips.
Yep. Yeah, I like that.
So, any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on that paint scheme? It's been 5 minutes. I think you have it worked out.
Yeah, no.
On the way to the shop, we picked up these new rear tires. They're 295 60-15s. It's got a 12-inch wide tread and about a 28-inch tall diameter. They're gonna be way cooler on this car. I can't wait to see what they look like. Before we can get these rims on the car, I gotta set up some wheel adapters. I have a pair, and I think I can do something to make them work. 5.5. Pop right back in. Aha! Yeah. Look at that. Look at from the back. Look at the two side to side. The way the exhaust plays on this tire is way better.
That makes that fender make sense.
Yeah. This was a total relief because with the engine and exhaust developing, you know, these tires make the rear view complete. So, it's been 8 minutes. Any thoughts on that paint job yet? I like the fact that Johnny's a little nervous. You know, I like pushing his buttons, keeps him on the edge, keeps him creative. So, you know, we're into the paint design of this, and, you know, it's got to count.
Yeah, so as I'm looking around the car, it started worrying me a little bit. You know, can I come up with something that's going to work? Yeah.
Johnny's feeling a little uneasy, but I'm confident. Everything's in place. All the elements are here. You got some great ideas. You're throwing down some great ideas. Let me get this thing into primer like right now, and tomorrow we are ready to rock. We'll start designing it.
Okay.
At this stage of the game, I'm feeling energized. You know, there was a big hurdle to jump to just get to this point. I mean, I've got a lot of ideas. I'm looking forward to see what Johnny comes up with. I got another coat of primer on the car, and it's ready to lay out the paint scheme.
What I'm seeing is every time I try to do something different from the old drawing, it just doesn't.
There's something magic about that simple two-tone.
Yeah.
You know, with this fading and everything, you don't want to draw too many lines on the car, I don't think. Like, look at the VW bus.
Right.
It's perfect.
Simple.
And the thing is about these cartoon hot rods, you know, we designed the Johnny 5 together, we're designing this together, so, you know, they could be pals in a universe somewhere else. They would be hanging out together for sure. Strangely enough, the exhaust sort of feels like that. The side panels sort of feel like that. Now we got the giant tire. Maybe we just make it look like you're drawing instead of trying to come up with something crazy. Right. You know, I'm kind of sticking up for Johnny's initial inspired paint scheme. You know, maybe we don't need to go so wild. The thing about his first idea is that it doesn't translate so well to the true body shapes. I mean, just first thoughts. I love this white panel coming to the little spear right here.
Right.
So what if the white followed through and it came around and then kind of hooked up? It doesn't need to follow this line, but it came up and you had two jutting spears like that.
Ian like immediately starts seeing a lot of lines that I wasn't really totally seeing. And he starts laying some pinstripe tape down and immediately these really cool spear shapes started showing up. I just think that's his thought process. There's never not a way we can do this. Less is more.
And we're coloring outside the lines, which you get extra points for. It's like body line? No, we're just gonna match
We're
them.
making our own line.
In a panel paint job, you typically follow the body lines, but the exciting part about what we're doing is we're coloring outside the lines. You know, we're trying to hyper exaggerate some of the features on the body. Well, this is the line. If you were a panel painting a car, you follow these lines.
Right.
This edge. But we're not doing it like that.
Going optical.
See, so this blue tape is blue paint right through there.
Yeah.
So the blue here, if this is white, what does this do? Come around?
Yeah. Or maybe even go.
See, this is exactly why. This is nothing I would have ever thought of. Bam, all of a sudden he starts to fire on all cylinders. He's like, break the paint line across the dashboard like that and look at the effect you get. I'm like, exactly, right. That's why you're here. To break it across the top and look at that weird
There's
shape.
another blue spear.
Right, so this is blue.
Yep, blue.
Right.
Then there's a spear of blue going through it.
Right. Johnny's idea about the lines on the hood really complements the little spear thing I did on the side. So I'm gonna go back, tighten all the lines up, and then, then it's ready to spray. But feeling really confident that our collaboration is gonna pan out.
What about doing white on the undersides of the kick-ups? Remember the old mud flaps?
Right.
Where it was like Yosemite Sam and the back off. We do that underneath, but not mud flaps.
Right, on the fenders.
On the fenders.
Yes, 100%. So blue, white.
Right.
And then I'll get some kind of cool font.
Yeah.
This is exactly what the car needed. That one thing where you're walking around, you're already blown away, and then you're like, it's the punchline at the end of the story. I'm doing that 100%. Right, and then the exhaust is like the guns.
Yeah.
And we'll put a mustache on the engine. It'll be perfect.
He's like, yeah, why not? Why wouldn't we do that? In fact, let's make it as big as we can. I can't, that's like now like one of my most favorite parts we're gonna do to the car. Is that silly back off thing on the back. These damn vomits, back off. Gigage.
Before Johnny leaves, I want to get this car basically where every design element is nailed. There's one last thing I want to show you, and that's the interior.
Okay.
I started making a couple panels out of this masonite,
right.
But the missing link is that center console. See, now that it's not in the car, you really see that there's two separate pieces.
Yeah, okay.
So what I want to do is, just like you're drawing, I want to show two separate pods. I want that wall to continue right up to the back. That way, the driver and the passenger are never rubbing elbows.
Okay. Ian's already got a really cool aesthetic inside the interior of the car, which is this really cool grab handle thing that kind of flows through the center of the car. And I'm like, let's just riff off that piece.
I noticed an element of Johnny's drawing that showed this center console aspect between the driver and passenger seats. I set up the dashboard for that in that the Sterling had that unit that came down into the shifter area. I just wanted to see what Johnny was thinking about how this wall between the two people is going to present itself. I have my ideas, but I'm always interested in what he's going to bring to it. Here's the board, draw out what you're thinking, let's do it.
It's totally the shape I was thinking.
I was reading your mind. I love it. Let's see how it looks. Dude, you're a freaking genius, man. That is the eye of an artist.
Like, please tell me he's not gonna do that. I love all of Ian's over-the-top ideas, and I was like, I hope he's not serious about this one. Yeah, I don't think so.
You always got to keep him guessing. He might have thought that I was serious about doing that, but that's why I left his line in place. All right, let's try the
If that's your
conservative.
vision, I'm with it. If that's your vision.
Let's try the conservative look. Oh, I see what you did there. Look at that. Whoosh. You got an eye for this, man. Yeah, so this tube will only grow out of the center console.
Right.
Right here. And that's hidden. You trace that, and I'll make another one. This always looks so much easier on TV. In the end, I want these upholstered, so once again, this is not only a mock-up, but it's the structure that will be upholstered. All right. That was the thing, I just wanted to have the look that we both agreed on.
No, that's gonna work.
Yeah, I want to show you one thing. You know those fiberglass seats we saw at the swap meet?
Yeah.
Well, I actually found a pair this morning. These are cool because they're vintage. You don't really see them with the white seat covers. These seats are the classic low-back dune buggy seats. We're going with a blue base coat. These had blue pinstripes sewn in them, so this will be the theme for the interior. And, I got a bunch of white vinyl, so I'm just gonna do it very simple, white vinyl interior. Now it really fills in that big cavity, So see the center console, as bulky as it looks, it's really not bulky.
That's just right. Those fit just right in there too, right at the lips.
And you have the pod of the dashboard, and then the seat back, and then the little flipper fin on the roof. The driver has his controls and whatnot. The passenger's separated by a wall, and he's the DJ. He's got the stereo, and he's in his own chair. The good news is all of that crazy, hard, dirty work is behind us, and now it's on to the details.
Yeah, so we step back, we look at the finished project, all the ideas that we've come together. Again, it's it's the next step of the mock-up. We've already mocked up once, now we're doing the final mock-up, it appears. it appears. You know, whatever Ian's gonna do while I'm not here, it's gonna be next level coolness. So I wish I could imagine what it's gonna be like, but it's Ian Roussel, you never know.
It's come a long way, baby. Now all that's left to do is everything.
I can't wait to see it done.
It's happening. Really appreciate Johnny being here. He always brings in a fresh element to the design. There's still a ton of work to do, but we've crossed the threshold. So we came in, we nailed the key elements we needed. All I could say is by the time this thing is finalized, there's a few more awesome surprises coming. Fact of the matter is, dude is not the only one getting packages in the mail. You know, a fan from Australia, he's got some products, so he sends us a little gift package.
It's not a kangaroo, is it?
Oh, eye muffs.
Goggles?
Oh, check that out. Usually you're grabbing 2 pieces, right? So this is like a 1-unit thing. Eye protection, ear protection.
That's a pretty sweet idea.
I'm sorry, what?
I said that's
what? I can't hear you.
Is that a cool idea? And let me see if I can form myself a dingo. Let's go snorkeling.
Sorry, what? This is cool. I like the eye gasket action, because, you know, grinding.
Right.
Anything,
oh, wow.
You get stuff in your eyes.
Dude, look at the black ones.
Wow, that's like Stormtrooper style. You're a natural spokesperson, dude.
Yeah, it's a good thing I can read lips.
Exactly.
You wanna, what? Woo! There's a dingo that stole my baby.
We started with this crusty old blue dune buggy. The thing is, with a car this crazy, you never know how people are gonna react.
Right? Look, he's getting excited.
We are on the right track here. Looks like I got another wild adventure on my hands. We just have to one-up everything we've done so far. It all started when my friend Johnny and I came up with this idea for this wild 70s style show car.
Oh, wow, dude, how cool is that? If you see something you want, you know instantly, and that was instantly.
When Tom came in, the whole game got stepped up, and I got to work on the fabrication. Right there's your custom exhaust setup. Then Johnny and I went on the hunt for some paint inspiration. I mean, just a two-tone, you know, blue and white,
yeah, see,
turquoise and white.
That works.
Yeah. After some back and forth, we settled on a classic look, but not without our own special touch.
You know, remember the old mud flaps? You know, the back off?
100%.
These damn vomits, back off!
We got a bunch of ideas floating around, but now it's time to make it happen. So this is what it's all been leading up to. We got this thing painted, not completely, this is the start of the process. This is the base coat. It's an Eastwood product, it's called Cruise Night Blue. This is the time we've been waiting for, a time when all the things start coming together and the dogs are on the edge of their seat. Last time you saw it, you know, Johnny and I came up with this paint scheme, so this is the first step in the process. You'll have to hold all questions until after. No dog bowls were used. Pretty cool? Johnny and I decided no crazy freak out paint job. It's gonna be two-tone, blue and white. You know, blue fenders with a white hood and roof. Now I need to figure out where those parting lines are. There was one point of concern between Johnny's drawing and this car, and by putting the base coat on, you could see the line. It makes it clear as day. Really digging this blue base coat. What it does is makes every body line just pop. Look at this line. Look at this brilliant reflection of the highlights. You know, that didn't exist with the primer. So we were unsure as to what was gonna happen with this tape coming through this area. It may seem like Johnny and I have already covered this, but the thing is, this body is representing its own shapes independent from the artwork, so I have to follow the line of the actual car. Gotta look right with the car, and this is the moment to make it happen. This is the end result, you know, this is what you see, so, you know, whatever it is, it's just gotta be that showstopper.
The problem with the fair weather friends, namely the shop inspectors, is they got all the motivation in the world for about 10 minutes at a clip. The whole thing with any of my projects, it's not outside of my means to just, farm out the whole paint job, but I want to do just like all the old timers, all the legends of customizing. I want to build the entire thing straight through. I'm a glutton for punishment, and the only way to punish yourself properly is to do everything yourself. The thing about a tape job is when you're shooting a straight line, you can use a rigid tape for around the corners and whatnot. You need a vinyl tape. I got this 3M product, and it works perfect. After the lines are figured out, it's time to mask it. And this is a fairly basic two-tone thing, but it's easy to get dyslexic, especially side to side. The most important thing is to remember what stays blue and what don't. So I'm just gonna start by working off this little area. So this was one thing that I thought was pretty neat about Johnny's idea. But I'm gonna one-up that just a wee bit. It just needs a little tweak to the front of the roof line. The way that the white parts with the blue, I feel like it would just be better accented if the white was just a panel on top. That way there'll just be that little hint of blue right there, and then that's white. So this is one thing that was kind of a breakthrough with Johnny was this interesting thing on the hood here. This blue comes through and it does like a roller coaster over the dashboard, up and around. The hood and the roof cap are white. There's a white side graphic, but the car is basically blue. These lines are defined. I just need to get the white paint on and then see what comes next. I got the white laid out. I put some silver flake on top of that, and it's got 3 coats of clear. What do you think? Pretty sparkly, huh? The whole concept with this is like fantasy show car, right? So I just want to spike it up one notch, I want the whole thing to shimmer. Even though the white looks great on its own, the metal flake really does its job. Well, I'm real happy with the way the silver and the white came together. I was a little concerned that the car would go silver, but it's totally white for sure. Let's take off this tape and see what it looks like. The dogs are pretty nervous because they understand the importance of a clean break once you pull the tape line. And, I'm not known for being so meticulous. So let's pull this tape off and see how it looks. It's like scratching an itch. There is a tremendous satisfaction in seeing these tape lines peel back. Everything looks tight. The contrast is right where I want it. The deadline I'm trying to make is 3 weeks from yesterday. There's a great show coming up, and I think it'll be a perfect place to take this for its first time out. Barring any major issue, we should be able to make that deadline. But again, it's always a coin flip. A major issue could arise at any moment. Oh yeah, that's pretty rad. That two-tone worked out good. It really adds something to this C cab shape right here. I think this is my favorite part of it. The way that the white just comes forward, so you have these 2 stabbing lines. The panels needed to have a little more action than the body was affording, and by just freestyling some tape, it really adds to the line of the car. The lines are lining up. This is rad for sure, but something about the front view is just super white. Saying of, every action has an equal and opposite reaction stands true even in this case. As spectacular as the white has come out, what it's done is totally dulled down the blue. As awesome as it looked with a blue base coat, now the white is just popping, and the blue almost looks like primer again. Needs a lot more action, for sure. The blue just looks like a matte finish now. Front on view, it's just lacking a little something. See how the sunroof will break up the big white panel in the roof? I almost feel like the hood, those 2 awesome shapes, the 2 bulges in the hood almost disappear. It's like the sunroof in the top. The windshield is gonna break up this massive panel of white on the hood. Yeah, see, all of a sudden it's a different view. I don't want to overdo the paint by any means. I just want it to match. So right now the blue and the white are not cooperating.
It really just looks muted now by this brilliant two-tone. It's looking like two different cars right now. The windshield definitely helps out this white panel in the front, but not 100% convinced. It looks like I'm gonna have to come up with a few other solutions for this issue. I got an idea for the blue. I'm gonna try a little more paint work and see what it looks like tomorrow. I addressed my two main problems with the paint. I added blue to the ridges on the hood to break up the white panel. You know, I really bumped up the value of the blue with 2 tones of metal flake and then a gang of clear coat on top of everything. So now it's really starting to shine. I got the gas cap in, the portholes in, you know, this car is really starting to take shape. But I think the design could use one thing to further the whole effort.
Color combo came out nice. I like that blue. It makes the white pop. It looks really nice.
I brought in my friend Gilbert to add a little graphic element to the rear of the fenders, and I think that's gonna just set it off perfect. My friend Tom Flores, he's done a lot of graphic design work for me, so I had him and Gilbert get together on this project. Tom came up with a font as per my specs, and Gilbert's gonna transfer that to a real live paint work on the car. The background of work that I've seen Gilbert thriving in is like, you know, strict lowrider stuff. So he shows up in this red Volkswagen Bug. I used to get a lot of flack for being into VWs.
Oh yeah, I still love Beetles. I got one, the brand new old one right there.
There you go.
It's classic.
You know, he's talking about how he's excited to get involved with something outside of the parameters that I've seen him working in.
I started out building Volkswagen, so.
That's me too.
I'm all about it, man.
So you're the right guy for the job. I think it's really important to be versatile. You know, he gets stuck in one niche, and I think I would stagnate, so I build a lot of different styles of cars. All I'm saying is the whole vibe of this thing is like the funky 70s, so whatever you like.
Bell bottom lettering, man. Can't get more 70s than that, unless you bring Scooby-Doo in here.
That's it, man. That font is perfect, dude. Exactly. I was thinking a decal. Gilbert is gonna one-up it, handmade.
So then what I'll do is I'm gonna silver leaf these, let them set up, and then we'll do the turn, the engine turn, so they have the little twist, and then I'll outline it, do the drop shadow.
While you're doing that, I got a little upholstery stuff to take care of, so if you need anything, I'll be 2 feet behind you. I'll be right over in the upholstery shop. The main issue here is Jack is my upholstery guy, and he went and moved to Chicago, so I'm left without any resource. I don't even have a sewing machine. All I could do is pull from the experience and working with him and try to get something done. Honest Ian's Full Custom Upholstery. Our tagline is, when mediocre is just what you need, call us. The last project I saw Gilbert working on was the Silverleaf design on the side of the Riviera that Victor and I built, and I was just blown away. I've never seen the process before, and Gilbert makes it look like a walk in the park. So that I want on the car, for sure. That's why I called him. So what color will you pinstripe it with?
I'll do white around this. Around the silver is gonna be white, and the drop shadow is gonna be like that powder robinette.
Cool. Thing is, it wouldn't really be 70s if it didn't have like that drop shadow in the font.
Hey, did Victor ever redo the Rivi? Did you guys ever figure anything out with the taillights, how to put them in there, or what style he was gonna do, even if he was gonna run taillights?
No, we haven't figured anything out. It seems like everybody's been asking, you know, the last project you and Victor did, that Rivi, you know, was never settled. So what did you guys do with the taillights? He's a bundle of ideas as usual, but that's the task. We're gonna figure out how to finish the car. People are asking me like I could possibly know what's going on in Victor's mind. That's basically what the inside detail is. It'll have this little miniature hatch.
That's nice.
Oh yeah, totally. Oh yeah, look at the view from here. It's exactly what it needed. Different than anything I've seen, it's perfect. Your job is done here. I'm feeling really good about this paint job, but there's a whole other issue I have to approach next. Just like with the paint work, you know, I modified a couple things, and I'm seeing this huge issue with the fabrication aspect of this. The fact is, you can't get in the car. You know, how is a person gonna get into this thing? You know, there's gonna be window here. It's just, looks great, it's a nice toy, but you gotta be able to get in it. This is a pretty big deal, but now is the time to address it. There's only a couple options. You know, I do not want to cut this body or hinge the roof or anything. It's got to remain intact as one piece. The car's got no doors, but it's got to open somehow. So if you got to make something open, you start with a hinge. So I made one giant hinge. The chassis, everything it takes to drive the car, seats, steering, everything is on the floor, and the body just picks up off of it. People hop in and the body shuts. This is kind of hairy for me because this is basically a live performance in front of the world. But the benefit of it is, if this works, the whole car is going to be open like a clamshell. This is vintage fiberglass. We just did a ton of work to it. The last thing I need is for the body to flex and crack. You know, it's completely painted. I've got hundreds of hours into this finished paint job, and now I'm stressing the whole structure in a way it was never designed to. As strong as this fiberglass body is, where I'm grabbing it with the hinge doesn't have a lot of structure. So I've gone underneath with a lot of heavy steel and bracing and really reinforced around the whole firewall of the car. This is something that is being done by necessity, but it's pretty dicey. The thing about these dogs is it's like instinctive, you know, they can tell when the pack leader is stressed. He can sense it. This is his way of handling things. One thing I need to keep reminding myself is that inspector does not equal assistant. Did you hand me a wrench? Business as usual. You think fiberglass car and you think lightweight. That's not the fact with this body. As petite as it is, it's still pretty darn heavy. So I need something with some serious lift capacity and extension. I got these two big hydraulic rams. So I'm gonna put these in and hook them up to some air and see what happens. I don't know where you would get these new, but they're actually a part of my old city bus. These two rams were the main lift mechanism for the wheelchair lift. All right, so everything's hooked up. You know, this is the make it or break it moment, because I'm sure this has enough power to just rip itself apart. I got the rams hooked up to the air lines. I'm gonna test it with air because that has less power than hydraulics, but it's still got a lot of power. So hopefully this lifts with 150 PSI. I'm feeling like a big question mark. I don't know what to expect. Let's see what happens, because this is not an exact science. First try, no dice. Let's see what's wrong. Something is completely bound up. You know, in kind of quick troubleshooting this, I realized that the body of the hydraulic ram has just been forced into a static position by this round tube. Problem was, see, these need a little room to shake. At least it didn't rip the whole body apart. You know, that was the other potential, was that the body stays still and the rams go right through the roof. Let's see what happens this time. So if anything goes wrong, I want you both to go that way really fast. Get ready. Yes. Hey, it's the simple things that thrill me. That is totally cool. Just like you want to see, this thing pops open, like perfect. I was expecting anything, you know, maybe one hinge breaks off, the thing kicks over to the side, you know, there's an emergency recuperation moment. You know, I was ready for it all, and nothing but what was supposed to happen happened. Look, it's my greatest achievement ever. Can we show some enthusiasm? They've seen it all. They're so jaded at this point. But one thing I wasn't considering is these rams being right in the way of the seat. After this great achievement, I still wonder if I'm able to get in the car. That was why I did this. This on itself, this sold the effort for sure. Now all I gotta do is figure out how to get in the car. This is not a sprint, this is a marathon. Marathon with hurdles. We just jumped one, but I could see a lot more on the horizon. there's one thing in my entire career I have always wanted was a hot rod Volkswagen engine. And now it's in the house. Today is D-Day. We're gonna fire this sucker up. Tom says it runs great. The famous last words are always, it ran great when we parked it. So I just asked Tom, what's your emergency contact phone number? What I don't want is a backfire. The only thing I could say about this, as with firing up any engine, gotta have oil pressure, your spark timing has to be on point, and then you gotta make sure you have good fuel delivery and a fully charged battery. And this engine should pop right off. It should. The primary difference here is comparing, say, a garden lawnmower engine to a top fuel dragster. Same concept, wildly different parameters. I just love the look of this engine. Definitely got the cartoon feel. Done all my systems checks. I got the oil pressure up, all the electrical parts are making contact, the switch is working, the fuel pump has power to it. So hopefully this doesn't go the way of that Harley. Or that Model A hot rod. Just gonna turn the key. If there's one thing I know about cars, anything that can go wrong will. That's why I've prepared for this. This is for the rafters and the roof. Really hits the fan. Where's that fire extinguisher? Fuel pump on. Yep, that's what I was talking about. And sure enough, like Montezuma's Revenge, one turn of the key and there's just gushing. I mean, not a leak, a gushing flow of raw fuel. Seems like a pretty big leak because it is. Hence the high flow fuel pump. That's what it's supposed to do. It's a high performance engine, it needs a lot of fuel. I know these cars and they hate us. The last thing they want to do is run. But the thing is, I am in no way a master engine builder, but I am a troubleshooter. In a perfect world, I will just tap on that with a small hammer and the problem will be fixed. Anybody that knows carburetors knows there's a little float bowl in there, and that's most likely the cause. Tap on the carb a few times, and I'm hoping this simple fix addresses the problem. Otherwise, we gotta take this carb apart. Now, with the key turned on, there's no fuel gushing out of the engine. It's time to fire it up. Turn the key, and it starts, just as it was advertised. I love the sound of Volkswagen engines. It's pretty wild with the blower on it. You see these things expanding, it's breathing, which you don't see in a normally aspirated car. It's pretty awesome. It's like a heart. There's no backfiring, there's no nothing but a strong running, clean sounding engine. So this was a major what if, one thing for sure is that it runs, and that is, quite frankly, that's a blessing. That was the wild card in the whole operation. The car show's coming up literally 5 days. We're down the road. The body's off, it needs to be color sanded and buffed. There's no interior, there's no gauges. There's a lot of stuff that has to get wrapped up, but we're one step closer. As the statement goes, the devil is in the details. Well, this engine and transmission is a great step, but the finished work is what's really gonna sell this concept. A little while ago, Victor and I went on this crazy Riviera adventure. We built this custom lowrider. In the end, Victor could not come to terms with a decision on what taillights it should have, and there it sits, still incomplete. Victor knows that I'm in the middle of this crazy project of my own, but he's constant on his endeavors, and he says he's made a decision. Can you just break off for one half a day, help me out? I need to get this car on the road, and we can get that thing finalized. I gotta say, it's highly unorthodox to completely finish a car and then cut the holes for the taillights, but here we go again.
In my defense, I figured out what I want to do.
Good, because it's time. As you know, it's up in the air as to what Victor's thinking, so let's see where we're at.
First option, my friend smoking a bandit's car, Firebird. I'm thinking of maybe two of those. I mean, it's definitely out of proportion.
It's a hard sell, man.
Wait, let me sell better here. Better sell. Figure I'm taking this off, so we're going to here, right? And it starts on this side, look at.
This is the wild card situation I was bracing for. You know, anything that is heavily modified can work.
That's just option one. We'll look at this and then we'll go to option 2, option 3, 4, and if I have to go to option 5, I will.
Making a decision means different things to different people. The decision he's made is that we're gonna make some decisions all day long. It's good to know you made your mind up. You're down to 5 maybes. The upside of this is, you know, plenty of options mean we're not gonna get pigeonholed into just use this now, let's just get out of this. I could see where you're going with this. This is a good base, but maybe we got something better.
Option number 2, I'm seeing these two like this.
Option 2 is a very different choice from the Firebird lens. Victor's envisioning them to be doubled up, to be Frenched in, you know, like a flush mount. I think it's just too busy. I think, you know, in the end, you're gonna have 8 taillights.
Yeah.
I think it only needs 2 taillights.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%.
So there you go. No bueno. Let's see what Victor has in the rest of his bag of tricks.
Check this out. Bought them at a trucker store.
You're that guy that goes in for a cup of coffee on the road and comes out with 16 different taillights. I know your type. I'm constantly running these cartoon scenarios in my head, so I see Victor pulling into the gas station, explaining to his wife, "I'll just be a minute, honey, I gotta use the restroom." Victor's going through the taillights frantically, you know, watching the clock. He's gotta get back, but he still needs those lights. How many taillights does this car need?
I wasn't sure what I wanted and I wasn't sure how many I needed.
Yeah, once you take this wrapper off, they're pretty snazzy. This is an option because it kind of goes in line with what we're doing, you know, it would work. That's kind of interesting.
Maybe we don't put the chrome on it and we just use the lenses and pop them through.
I mean, the idea of the taillight being that wide and only 1.5 inches tall totally fits it, but just those oval holes, it's like you're not seeing anything round on the car. That's the only issue I have. We're moving right along. We're narrowing this down, but as long as you're not plagued by indecision, things can go well.
And I got 2 last options.
2 last options?
This is the last one, but together, they have to go together.
Those are cool.
Right.
So it's that flavor, but
Yeah,
you got the
same
chrome.
flavor.
It's the same deal as what you're doing with those other 8 taillight deals. These are looking good. The chrome bezel is what sells it for me. I'm sick of all this tape, man. We got to get something permanent established.
And I guess I'm committing to this because you're drilling in my damn car.
As soon as I hear okay, I'm on it. And then we'll double them up like that.
Yeah, pretty much it looks like it's there.
The thing is, this will look much different once it's Frenched in. You know,
Oh, you know, it'll have the look we want. Right now, it's just like paste it on. Okay, Ian, I'm good. I'm committed.
All in all, I think you're making a good decision. Houston, we have a decision. Let's get to it.
Look at another angle too. We were looking at it in the back.
Just
You
said
know,
no
every
more
car
changes.
has different angles.
You just said you were
We're
committed.
not just looking at it in the back angle.
How did you ever walk down the wedding, you know, the wedding aisle when you say I do? How did you ever come to that point when you were that freaking, that dead set on something? Just say I do and let me put the taillights on. I know how this process goes. You gotta strike while the iron is hot.
Ian, wait a minute. I found these.
No, we already went through that.
Or these.
No, that's gonna require a ton of work.
Or these. Hey, when I buy lights, I buy lights.
Because they're ovals, I use the step drill both sides, and then cut across with a little miniature air saw. And always, the thing about fabrication after the car is painted is you're gonna have a color change if you have to respray the panel. And that's what we're trying to avoid. Feeling good about our choice. Now it's just a matter of getting these installed, hitting the boulevard. Finally got this Rivy on the road. Taillights are in, everything is attended to, it's looking good. Thing is, I've never seen this car really drive. You know, it was delivered to the car show, it showed, and it went in Victor's garage, so seeing it out in its natural environment is pretty darn cool. All right, man, finally, we have a decision. It's looking good, it's driving good, it's got taillights, come on.
That's a wrap, baby. Look at that thing, huh?
Finally.
My old lowrider days, I'm actually at the park that we used to hang out at.
I know.
My name is carved in that tree over there.
Victor's totally excited because that's what he does. He drives his cars, you know, all 50,000 of them. So 50,001, it's on the road, he's rolling.
I got the car I always wanted. With the taillights, you finally figured out. It's about time. I couldn't believe it. Awesome.
Yeah, they totally fit the car too. I'm right in line with Victor's love of low and slow. You know, that's cool. I'm not a race car guy. I love the rear bumper dragging. It's my kind of ride. The facts are, in California, if you want to drive your car on the street, you gotta have taillights. There they are. They're subtle, understated, legal. I love a car that it looks like it's impossible to get the rear tires off, and he accomplished that. Chalk this one off as finished, right?
It's
no more
complete.
changes.
Simple, subtle, you know, look at that car, it's beautiful.
Nice to have another project completed, but I got my work cut out for me back in the shop, and time's a-wasting. The next thing I need to get together is this rear hatch. When Johnny and I mocked this thing up, you know, we've changed just about everything. The rear hatch is gonna have to undergo the same process. This jumble of parts is actually the rear hatch from the camper shell. I've cut it apart and narrowed it because it's gonna go right back in, just smaller. The ultimate trickery in this is making it look like it belongs there. So this jumble of parts will become a functioning rear hatch. First step of the process is to just cut the parts down. I always leave them a little bit big and then trim to fit. If you had to create this from scratch, it would be pretty challenging. The aluminum extrusions, the hinge, So by modifying this already production part, you know, but to the point where nobody recognized where it came from, that's the trick. This is worth it in the end, and the same reason you would put trim around a door frame. It just finishes it off. Instead of a hole in the car, you got this cool factory-looking access point. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I like that. The main thing that I'm doing all of this fitment for is that the original camper shell had a glass back window. I'm gonna use acrylic back window, but there's another feature in there that, you know, the aluminum frame is really gonna set off the look. Johnny Jalape's got a thing for these yellow windows. So I got this full sheet of acrylic. The one issue with it is it's so fragile. I need to keep the white wrapper on. The yellow window is a pretty daring choice, but you know, Johnny's sketch showed that, and I thought it was so cool, you know, just to bring this third color element into the car. This goes in just like the wood, and I'm gonna have to do some riveting, some gluing, etc. But for all intents and purposes, this is the design. So basically this design stays through to the end. I gotta do some other behind the scenes work. I'm gonna make it all fasten from the inside as much as possible, and the plexi will be glued in place. Yellow acrylic is really cool. So cool, in fact, I'm gonna continue the theme right to the front. It's gonna be in the porthole, it's gonna be in the sunroof, and it's gonna be in the windshield. It's gonna glow. The blue, the white, and the yellow are just, they work perfect together. Got 4 days to accomplish the impossible, and I still have a bunch of ideas I haven't even tried out yet, so what could possibly go wrong? There's a lot of hours in the day. We're gonna make it. The key ingredient in any build is pre-fitment of all the things before you paint it, but the car's painted. It hasn't really been fit up mounted on the chassis. You know, I gotta put the gauges in, the windows, etc., and it's all just kind of like a one-shot deal. I have a strict punch list to get this thing assembled and driving, because that's what it's about. So the whole thing about deadlines is you're thrashing to the end. Took it out to the desert for a shakedown run, and it is really something. It's way cooler than I ever expected. This yellow acrylic just totally brightens up the whole thing. These cool side pods, they're in development. To get them in place and painted really changes the side view of the car. I mean, it's really cool. This car checks out just fine. I'm interested in going to the car show, having a good day. Gene Winfield has this car show every year. It's the Winfield Watson Gathering, and it's not a judged car show or any kind of ego thing. It's basically just a house party with cool cars. So we had to get there. This year, Gene couldn't make it to his own car show. He's got a medical issue, he's out of the country, so I just wanted to be sure I was here to represent, you know, show him we're coming to his place no matter what. We're in it for the long run. Tom came back down from Washington State, and he's checking out the car for the first time in paint, and he's totally jazzed. He's a pretty animated fella, and he seems to be thrilled with this thing.
It looks way more crazy than I ever imagined it would be. When I first saw it, just the yellow against the blue and the flake in the paint with the sun on it just really stood out and grabbed your attention right away. Oh, and that gap in the windshield just looks cool.
I'm gonna start it. Tom hasn't heard this engine in a while, and now with this new exhaust, it sounds better than it ever has. He's really charged up about it.
Dude, that thing sounds incredible. It'll be fun to drive. We'll take it out for a test drive later on and see what it does.
This is good. I mean, the thing is, with a car this crazy, you never know how people are gonna react, you know. Tom is really stoked on it. And as it turns out, this buggy is going home with him. Did a little horse trading, and it's all good.
We had about 6 or 7 hours of intense negotiations with the shop inspectors, and we were able to come to an agreement that may or may not have included a couple cases of dog treats. Coming out to the Winfield show, I haven't been to this show before, and it's just cool seeing all the 50s customs, and it's just like you're stepping back in time.
The thing about this car at this show is it's kind of the odd car out. You see the lineup, you know, it's got the Merc, it's got the Packard, it's got the Jade Idol, it's got this other amazing wagon, you know, 50s customs, and then this weird cartoon doom buggy right in the middle. You know, Gene is known for doing really out-of-the-box stuff, you know, risky, taking chances, so that's why this car fits in here. It's funny, because some older dudes that I've met have walked right up to me and are like, I knew this was your car. It's like, what are you talking about? For some reason, people understand that this freaky style was coming from this guy. In typical Cacho style, Victor and his entourage are on the scene. Oh, did you see the Sterling dashboard? This is all the Sterling.
Oh, shit. Dude, everything gets repurposed around here.
You don't know that I go into your shop at night and I just start taking stuff off the shelf.
Only Ian will pull something like that off. It's like everything Ian does, I mean, you gotta see this car. And I'm not a Volkswagen guy. That thing is bad to the bone.
2.5 now, 275. I got 2.5 right there.
Victor's a player. He's always in the mix. They got this charity auctions going on.
This is a really, really incredible piece. And this is a carving of the reactor out of a solid piece of wood.
And you know Victor's not going home empty-handed.
6 now, 6 1/4.
I'll go 6 1/4 too.
I got 6 1/4 now, 6.5. That's 6 1/4 now, 6.5.
This car is running, it's driving. Tom's got the keys, and I got one more surprise.
Oh, dude, we're totally taking this thing out. We're looking forward to seeing what it's gonna do.
One thing that needs finalization, but I really needed to show to Tom, was how this whole body lifts up. Instead of doors, now the car is a door. Dude. So that's the thing, dude. You show up at the car show, nobody's got this.
Dude, this is crazy.
He wasn't expecting that. You know, if you see a picture with it up in the air, it's one thing, but to see it on the ground, and then by the time it's up, you know, the rear fin is like 8 feet in the air. It's a really crazy show car.
Oh, that is sick. That's ridiculous. That was just, wasn't expecting that. And made it easy, accessible to get into, which was nice, especially at my age. Not flexible anymore. Picturing myself driving into a show with that body, just pop it up, drive into the show, people are just gonna freak.
Tom's like, I gotta get in there. I gotta drive this thing right now. All right, man. Now I want you to know 2 things.
2 things.
This is a really mean machine. This is not your father's Volkswagen.
Basically, my instructions were go straight, go fast. If something's in my way, turn.
This is his first time sitting in the car, and he's excited. It's a very tangible experience. You're in this little shell with this roaring engine behind you, and it feels like a race car.
It's pretty crazy to drive. I thought it would be difficult to drive, not being able to see through the windshield or something, but you can see right through the plexiglass, no problem.
So we're on this big, long stretch of road, and Tom just keeps going. I thought he was just gonna like, do a couple turns. Okay, great. So he's gone.
And the car totally blows me away. Yeah, and seeing Ian work on stuff, the guy's just a machine. He gets a image something in his head, and he just works almost 24/7 until that thing's completed and done the way he realizes it should be.
When he finally pulls back in, he's all smiles. Cool, man, what do you think?
Oh, dude, it's perfect.
Yeah.
I'm gonna scare the crap out of myself in this, which is awesome.
Yeah.
It's no fun if you're not.
This thing has come full circle. We started with this crusty old blue dune buggy months ago, and look what we got now. I mean, working with Johnny, it's like a sure thing at this point. I always know we're gonna come out with something really unique. And then Tom upped the game with this monster engine and his other help. It's really something. I mean, it's vying for position in my top favorite car. So, I mean, in finalizing this project, as difficult as it is, there's no way I'm ever gonna restore a car. This is just, I'm down the road to the next crazier project, and that's just what I wanna do, the art-inspired show cars. One thing we didn't accomplish in time for the show was the interior, the upholstery, and Honest Ian's custom upholstery only goes so far. I wanted to take it to the next level. You gotta call in the pros. My mediocre upholstery was only mediocre. So we're always striving for the best. Finally pulled Jack out from the frozen Midwest. I got him a sewing machine, put him in a motel. It's like slave camp. He's not leaving until it's done.
Sweatshop.
It's a sweatshop.
Like a sweatshop, yeah.
So it's just a full custom sweatshop right now. Jack's an old friend of mine. He does the upholstery on all of my cars, so he was the go-to guy, and here he is. We're gonna finish this thing proper.
Oh, Ian said that his upholstery wasn't making it, so he called me up and said he needs some help, so here I am. I flew out, and we're making diamonds.
Diamonds, baby.
Diamonds are his best friend, That and metal flake paint.
Yeah, exactly. You see the dune buggy. Now are you finally convinced that metal flake paint works? And it is a truck, if I dare say.
Well, that's not really not a truck. It's a dune.
It's got a camper shell.
Yeah,
it's got a camper shell. It was a pickup truck.
It's not officially a truck.
I don't know. I made these panels in the back. What Jack decided was we're going to put an insert in there with a diamond stitch. So these guys are made from the same panel, just recovered, and these things push through, so they're puffy. Jack then stitched this diamond pattern in the old school seat covers to match also. This project needed stitch work. Jack's the man for that, so here we are, getting it right in the end. Your whole career has been leading up to this point. It's time for you to say, no more changes. This type of conundrum, if you will, could really turn this thing into a three-ring circus.
It looks okay, but it has to look great. Like,
Yes,
wow.
I know.
mean, when I'm turning this way and I look, it's like,
What?
wow, what did he
What
do?
is it? Yeah. Drum roll, please. whole lowrider adventure started when Victor got his hands on this classic 65 Buick Riviera.
You know, lowrider cars, I'm going back to my roots. See how it's just subtle?
Oh, wow.
And that's simple, that's just 2 things. That's not 10 things.
Not only that, but Victor had his mind set on taking it to a big show that's coming up.
I want to take this thing to Santa Maria, Cruising Nationals. That's the best car show of the year.
Once we got into it, it turns out subtle ain't easy. No surprise there.
That's the only time I see you smile, is when you tear stuff apart.
We put our ideas together, and I got to work.
I bet you if someone had never seen a Riviera before and they seen that, they would think it's factory.
Victor's been around this scene his whole life, so there's plenty of inspiration flowing. I've always dug lowriders, but there's nothing like being in the mix, you know? In the car, cruising.
Yeah, no, it gets crazy, like real crazy.
Still a lot to do, but so far it's looking good.
Yeah, you know what, Ian? This side is done. I mean, 100%.
Front and rear are next. I got a few ideas, and I'm sure Victor has got a mind of his own. Who knows where it's going.
Ian, how you doing?
Well, it's time to do the front end, so I was just making sure all these panels were aligned before we cut them apart, you know?
This Riviera has come a long way. It's been quite the journey. We're onto the front section of this thing, and I'm expecting some major changes from Victor.
I got a couple little extra parts to start on the front end, to start on the new journey.
In all the other projects, Victor is all about, you know, the face of the car. You know, the car's coming at you and it looks like this or like that. And I'm thinking, oh man, this one's gonna be a big problem compared to the sides.
Check this out. You know me in Pomona, a 1965 Riviera bar grill, baby.
Victor is always shopping, you know, parts gathering. I never know what he's gonna come through the door with.
It might fit right in. It was made to fit right in this thing. Let's see how she does. Check that out. I just saved you a week of fabrication right there. Look at that.
So it was made for this car?
It was made for this car. And that's my flavor right there.
He brings in this grill, and that totally streamlines the whole process. I don't know where he's going next.
I had these. I bought all 4 of them. Let me show you what it's gonna look like with that and this chrome. Check that out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What did I mean? See how clean the look is?
No doubt.
This here's done.
What's the catch? Where's the...
A mile custom, remember.
From my standpoint, it looks like we're gonna get through this project without making any more crazy modifications.
As long as that's the look you're going for, let's get on to those rear fenders.
I want to keep Victor on course, keep him rolling right through the car, and now it's on to the back end.
The thing about these rear quarters is they gotta match up with all the stuff that Jack's done, you know? He's customized this whole back end. You know, he did this cool roll pan, drapes under the fuel tank. He made these pods that housed custom handmade taillights. Our main issue is getting this fender drop to somehow flow in with the rest of this.
Jack's already customized this car. You know, the rear taillights are his own design.
He took this big slug of plastic and whittled it into a taillight. So you'd have to put some LEDs back here or whatnot, but you know, he was trying to be super smooth with the car. So you see when they go in, they just insert like a little puzzle piece. So you can see this line comes into the taillight and disappears.
I really like these lights that Jack came up with because they are handcrafted. The only way I would improve it, per se, is to maybe come up with a little chrome bezel around it so it fits the chrome on the car, and of course, some kind of good lighting system.
Ian, I like it. I like the lights. Hey, Jack did an incredible job, but it's not in my vision of what I see this car should be with the modifications we did on the side. To make it really easy for you, all you have to do is this. Number 1, I want to tear the lights out, weld that all up, mimic this angle coming down, this tying into here, cut out the whole roll pan. I don't like it. The license plate's too big, out of proportion. All of the pan out pa fuera.
I hate to use the term Jekyll and Hyde, but Victor does this switcheroo.
What just happened? 10 minutes ago, you were a different man. What happened with the mood change?
What happened to just bolt it together? I thought we were just gonna breeze through to a happy ending on this whole project, and I see Victor is on a mission yet again. What we just experienced a couple minutes ago was the calm before the storm. That was just a warm-up. I see what you're saying, just gotta change the whole rear end of the car.
Yes.
No problem. Victor wants to get rid of this whole pan. I can do that. It's a simple task. Victor came in kind of mild with this almost stock replacement part on the front end. And then when he gets to the rear end, it's gloves off. The thing is, nothing on the car has those embossed details like Jack's roll pan. Starting off fresh is definitely in the right direction. This is what we refer to as a clean slate. What we have with these rear quarter panels is just loose ends. You know, they're sheet metal flapping in the breeze. This lower quarter would be the bumper, and I want to reinforce it with something as strong as a bumper should be. The hardest part in this roll pan would be creating these little shapes. So instead of trying to fix them or recreate them, I'm just going to replace them. This is a pretty complex curve to create out of sheet metal, so I found these big, heavy stamped bumper parts. I don't know what they're from, but using them in this lower quarter will reinforce the sheet metal for sure. The idea is I have these two shapes that will not change on their own. So I can attach to it, I can hammer to it, just whatever it takes to form the sheet metal to this contour. These provide a good surface. You have to cut that, bend that, twist that, reface that, patch that. I gotta take this line, swing it. So we're gonna go right to this point here and cut that open. Clearance this out a little bit. Instead of creating like a wooden buck, hammer forming a bunch of stuff that's left and right parts, inside and out parts, taking these existing pieces, trimming them to fit, welding them in, it's just a faster process and super strong. I'm always trying to streamline issues, especially now that there's only 13 days to the car show. So you can see this, instead of having that weird draped bottom like it had, it comes right around. That's all good. And then the filler, just clean it up. Thing is, Victor and I, we got a little history behind us, and he's probably gonna change something. The whole concept with this roll pan is a rolling pan. That's what they do. It makes the car appear to curve under with the bodywork, and just gives like a more of a hovercraft feel. Aha. This blank roll pan affords the opportunity for change as you're building it. You know, a couple things I'm thinking about. He didn't like the license plate that was in the old one. I got a plan to make it more better. And flip it. I'm gonna surprise Victor with this French license plate. Hopefully he's got some taillights in mind, because I could use a little surprise for the better. So this blank slate roll pan is achieved, it's in place. I'm gonna wait till Victor gets here to surprise him with this French license plate install. I don't know what's coming next. Hopefully he's got some taillights and we can get this thing in gear.
Ian, how you doing, man?
I've been on Operation Blank Slate for the past 24 hours. I hope it's blank enough. I'm thinking about what you kept describing, you know, with all of your motions. What I took from that was you wanted this angle to be mimicked here.
Yes.
And then same deal here.
And you did it, you did it. You could see it going almost like a V.
Yeah.
That's cool, and I like V. That letter sounds real familiar to me.
You know how I work, man. So last step for the rear fabrication is this French license plate frame. I mean, it's nothing to it, just a typical scenario. It's not gonna be this deep, that's why I wanted you here. I'm gonna cut that open. Let's set this where we need it. I didn't touch the lights because I want you to see everything kind of complete. Jack's custom tail lights, they're pretty darn cool, man. I don't know how you're feeling about it, but I wanted you to just take a moment to reflect after we get all the fabrication done, then make a decision. Even though I rebuilt the entire rear roll pan, this just gets us back to the starting point. Everything Victor wanted to accomplish has yet to be seen, so Here we are back at square one. I think we could gauge this without the bumper. I mean, it is, after all, a license plate. It's gotta be front row center, basically. You can't mess around with this. So we'll make sure it's below the bumper, you know, somewhere in that neighborhood. We don't have the bumper. It's out at the chrome shop. And here I am building this roll pan and license plate issue without the dimensions of the bumper. I know he modified it, but I'm not sure how. Not a huge leap of faith, but it's definitely risky. All I have to say is clean, clean, clean. Instead of hanging the picture on the wall, you're putting the picture in a frame. It's perfect. What do you think? It's pretty groovy, huh?
You know what? I don't like it.
What? It's a square thing. How could you even how could you even possibly improve on that? Change it?
Yeah, let's cover it back up.
All right, good
no,
call.
just kidding.
I'll take all those pieces and just put them right back together.
No, look at the lines. That's all that was missing. It's clean. It even enhances the roll pan as it goes underneath.
That's the weird thing about putting this flat surface. All of a sudden, this gives it a whole shape. You know, you see that kind of crescent shape, which is pretty neat.
All we need to do is just get a set of lights in there to fit in proportion with the car.
You mean license plate lights?
No, lights. I brought some lights in when I came in today.
It's not looking good for Jack's taillights. At this point, timing's critical. I'm doing the mind reader thing, trying to read Victor's mind, focus in on his thoughts, get these taillights nailed, because there's literally millions of taillights in the world. We only need 2, Victor.
Check these out.
Oh, for sure. Okay. Victor comes in with a pair of taillights. Everybody's seen them. They're the classic Cadillac taillights. You see them in a lot of street trucks where they're set up vertical. Cool factor is they have that production part chrome bezel around them, and that sells it.
I love the way this is Frenched in there. It's what, about 3/4 of an inch?
Let's just tape these chromes on there and just take a look. The placement of the taillights is critical in the attitude of the car. This is a low rider, so my thought is low car, low taillights. That's the flip side of what Jack did, those little things on the tip of the fender. Taping these in place really helps you just get a feel, you know, it gives the car some weight. I like it. I know Victor's always looking for that custom look, so anytime I have an idea that'll take us down that path, I'm always ready to pitch it to Victor.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look, that's badass. That's
hot.
what I envisioned. That's exactly what I envisioned.
Yes, custom lenses. I could just blow a lens just like I did on the Packard, and you know, the supercar I did the same thing with clear, but yeah, like you say, that dimension, so you'll have like this Frenched section with the plastic coming out.
That's it.
I was really cool with Jack's taillight design, and I pitched this idea of custom lenses to Victor, and right away, he's all about it.
This is it. I don't care what it takes. Nothing else matters to me. This
nothing.
is all that matters of the whole car.
Right.
Forget about.
That's space age. That's
This
real.
has to look the way you got it curved here, has to come and curve there. This is it. I'm going home with this. I'm sleeping with this under my pillow.
I'm always trying to further the creativity in all of these projects, but sometimes if you choose to go further, it takes 10 times as much effort. You're not really afforded that in this time schedule.
That's like amazing. That's why I do this. For that one moment in my life that I see one thing that excites me.
There you go. I love this idea, but I think before we make the final call, whether we delete or recreate, let's get the bumper on, let's get this on the ground. We haven't seen it slammed yet with some of the bodywork and the lines presented. I know, Victor, this decision is not going to be easy. To get to the bottom of it, I know we got to keep moving forward.
I got a surprise here.
Yeah.
Danny with Big D Chrome got it done in 5 days. All the welding, all the repair. It was pretty amazing.
Totally nice, because Jack, you know, he narrowed this, he spliced it, you could see all the work inside, and they made it look seamless. I've been waiting for this because we can't do anything more, and unless they tweaked it out and changed the shape, it should just pop right on like it's supposed to.
That looks good. That's clean.
Oh yeah, that. Look at that, how tight it is. It makes Jack's taillights look like it's in a perfect little frame, man. That's nice. Even though I pitched Victor this idea of making new taillights, I'm still in it for Jack. I still want these taillights to happen. Look how good it makes Jack's taillights look.
Uh-oh.
It's nice. I think we gotta just bolt it on and drop the car, and then you'll decide that Jack's taillights are awesome.
Let's see what the car says, Ian.
Passing the buck, huh? Putting the bumper on and dropping the car, that's the stance. Victor and I always do this thing where, first impressions, how does it feel? What's it look like?
Nice and low, sleek, classy.
Totally makes a difference on the ground. I'm glad these fenders took the shape they did. It's a total game changer.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah. Gotta have these parts in place and have the ride height set to make a decision. Your whole career has been leading up to this point. It's time for you to say, no more changes.
Let me just see the other taillights on the back before I could make a decision on if we're gonna take Jack's off or not.
This type of conundrum, if you will, could really turn this thing into a three-ring circus. It's the only bummer, we're putting a curved bezel on a flat surface. And they're not like the Rivy lights where they're symmetrical. There's a small side. The chrome on this is definitely a better deal than no chrome on Jack's taillights, that's for sure. The whole thing is custom is custom. When you look at these lights and they have that pattern and the little Cadillac symbol, okay, well, all they did was swap the taillights. So this is left over from the Packard.
Yeah, no, and I love that color.
It's really good. That's the scary part about acrylic, though. It's not very forgiving. I don't know, Jack. Looks like you might be getting taken out. That is classy.
Let's see it without the chrome frame.
Oh, wow. He's stumped.
Let me do something real quick. Sorry, Jack. It's like a 50-50 call. I mean, literally. It doesn't look too bad, but then with them off, I don't know about the proportion of that lens on the bottom. I need another dimension. It looked just too flat. And now Jack's lights, I'm so conditioning to seeing it on there. It's kind of like I'm getting used to it. It looks okay, but it has to look great. Like,
yes,
wow.
I
mean, when I'm turning this way and I look, it's like, wow, what did he do?
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. Jack, you're back on here. Jack's back in business.
Pulling out all my tricks to help Victor make this decision. Okay, you got the bumper ons, put the license plate in place, just flesh out the car. Maybe that'll help the taillight choice go a little smoother. I don't know what your registration is, but I know you like potatoes, so I know you're a fan of them Idaho spuds, so I just picked that off the wall. It's got a good look. Drum roll, please.
I just don't want to take away from the bumper. Remember, who made that bumper?
Yeah.
Jack did, right? So I'm not taking all this stuff from Jack. Jack customized that bumper. I went and had it chrome, so Jack's bumper's still on there. No,
You're trying to sell me on deleting Jack's taillights, man. You used his name 3 times in a row. That's the sign of a guilty party.
Keep your cool.
Goes with the tape. Up, one gone, one down. We've been in this predicament before, we always have to make decisions. The bottom line is this has to happen, and I know what I like. Jack's taillights, they work fine for me.
After evaluating all the things we just went through in the last half hour, I know I confused the heck out of you. I was probably more confused.
Oh, that's a
but
tough call.
At the end here, by covering Jack's lights, I'm committed to this. I mean, that's a word I rarely use.
Only once in every project, unfortunately. The decision has been made to delete Jack's lights. Victor likes the contour of the hard metal corner on the top of the fender. So just like that, the choice is made. We're getting rid of something, but we don't know where we're going with adding the other. The tail of the taillights. Feeling good that we've made a decision, but I'm gonna make a few different options regarding the new taillights because I know Victor likes choices to make decisions, so I'm just gonna present a fresh new palette of ideas. Rivy in the front, party in the back. Jack's taillights are deleted, the car's in primer. I'm doing some finalizing of the contours regarding the rear quarter panels. So far, so good. I like what I see. I brought Victor out to this car show to get some ideas flowing for the paint. This car show is a benefit for the Paul Walker Foundation. He was a big star in that Fast and Furious movies. This foundation is run by Paul Walker's family. This is the inaugural car show. It's the first one, and the thing is popping off. The line is around the block. It's happening. The crazy thing about that movie franchise is it's got the young people in a furious fury about modified cars. The younger, newer generation got a different style, but it's all the same thing, modifying cars. Thinking, you know, we got color samples. It was like, what were you thinking about for the Rivy?
Yeah, they got a little bit of everything here.
Victor hasn't told me anything about what he's trying to do with paint.
I'm not sure. You know me, I won't know until I get the paint, right?
With the new school look, you have a lot of wraps, a lot of graphics, a lot of strange metallic features. This event has every genre. Look what he did with the bed. It's all laminated wood.
Amazing.
I talked about how he built that.
That's woodwork in its finest.
Really nice, yeah.
That's a pretty interesting color.
As subtle as this is,
solid,
yeah.
subtle. I mean, it has a little bit of flake in it, but yeah, that's pretty cool.
Thanks.
Most innovative dude I've ever, like, you can turn, you're like MacGyver with cars.
Victor's gone pretty crazy with his paint jobs in the past, you know, wild wraps, airbrushing, graphics.
That's a good choice of just taking it to one color, and all the fab will talk for itself.
Yeah. To hear him talking about this truck and its subtle paint job and his approval of it is a step in the right direction as far as I'm concerned. Oh, look at the Bonneville, dude. See that color again.
That's got to be about a 65.
Again, another one of those cars where all they did was dropped it a bit. It's freaking tight.
And all I had to do is buy a Bonneville. There we go again. We're modifying cars that already exist. Story of our lives.
Look at that bumper. It's freaking epic.
But that's weird. The color's not bad, huh?
Nice, yeah. This can simply be chalked up to, you know, walking through an art gallery, discussing flavors you like. Again, let's never forget our humble beginnings. A car like this, you don't even need to paint it. You lower it, you're a rock star.
Man, you love them VWs, man.
Volkswagens are cars too. You know, just because we're at this supercar show, you can always tell the old standard is always nearby. And there it is, stock Riviera. So this is a 64 probably, but
yeah,
basically
that's
the
a
same
64.
car.
Look at, there you are in the front seat.
Yeah, that does look a lot like me. Victor's telling me I look like a Muppet. I don't play the drums, I don't even have hair. What? I don't get it. We got a 65, but we don't have all the chrome and everything. We did like a whole thing to it. So it's good to see a stock one. The Rivy we're looking at is bone stock. We laid this thing out. We dropped everything. Typical 60s fashion, this car was pretty tall on skinny tires, and we got it down low. It's quite a dramatic change.
There you go. That's a pretty cool color.
Yeah,
just a silver. Nice, in between the silver and the blue. Now if I could just get that mixture, that's interesting how they both came together.
Yeah.
So I think that just made me decide silver is blue.
Silver is blue. We're walking along and I can see Victor's eyes glimmering. He's like, oh, these are my favorite cars in the whole show.
Look at that. Look at the art. Look at the way that sits on the ground. Look at the one next door. That's like pure art, baby.
He's got a special area with all the toys lined up, from the lead sled to the supercar and everything in between. It's a really good looking ride. You drove it out here, everything's cool?
I drove it out here. Thing ran perfect.
Victor's never finished with his projects, so he's always changing stuff. He's got this custom retractable license plate he's had me fabricate. Yeah, it's kind of James Bondish, you know.
And look at the color, subtle, the lines flow on the ground. What more do you want in life?
I came in the shop this morning and there were a few surprises. car is painted, and it's subtle. It's a very mature call. It's a good-looking vehicle.
I'm building a lowrider car. I'm just keeping it to the conservative point. If you ask people that know me, they know I'm really conservative.
Yeah, I saw the bubble car.
Yeah.
This guy is super talented. I've known his work for years. He's done a lot of stuff for Victor. He's done a lot of cool stuff on Victor's other cars, the Zephyr, the Merc. Dude's first rate.
When we stripe this up, you just want all these just to come to a straight, just point right there and stop, right?
Correct, that's
okay.
it.
Once we do that, it'll be nice. It's gonna break it up top to bottom, and you have a little more to look at, a little more bling.
Can you be done in an hour?
Give me 30 minutes, we'll be out of here.
24 hours from now, we will be on the freeway, going to the show. The paint and graphics is in session. I'm gonna be outside doing my thing with the taillights. Typical Cacho form, we painted the car with no taillights. This process is like Old Faithful to me. You know, you set up the grill, you get the plastic to the appropriate temperature, you have all the fittings with the wooden clamp forms, and then you inflate it with pressurized air at the right moment, and voila, you have a taillight. Ha-ha! Winner! Every time I do something new, you know, there's a learning curve. That's the problem we've been facing. Specifically regarding the thickness of the plastic, the material your backboard is made of, the alignment of the planets, as Victor's put it. We keep getting these ruptures. It's science. It's like clockwork. With this material thickness and the parameters we're working with, it's just not happening. You know, life is a learning library, so the first options didn't really pan out the way I was hoping. I have enough material for one more shot, so I'm gonna make up a whole new jig, try it once more, having learned this much in the prior attempts. While I get that ready, it looks like Victor decided to go with a silver leaf and pinstriping idea down the whole side of the car. This process is pretty cool. They tape out a bunch of lines and they end up with a negative reveal, a masked shape of what their graphic's gonna be. The surface is cleaned and they put on this glue. The glue material dries, and then applied to that is this super thin silver foil. It's almost like a paper dust. It's really fragile. So this is applied, dried, and then this turned finish is put on it. He's using a cordless drill, which I've seen him do it by hand, but the cordless drill is really fast.
Putting a little spin in the silver leaf, which gives it a nice little effect. Just gotta take your time with it.
He's got it nailed. I mean, to see him come in with that drill and just pew, 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 just shoot down the line, that's pretty trick. If all this isn't enough, Victor's got his window tinting guy working on top of everyone, getting the windows dialed in. The shop is hopping, the car is really progressing.
Yo, what's going on? Hamburger, it's about time, I'm starving.
No, we learned you can't have any grease. I cleaned this whole thing down and I got your tail light in the oven. The issue is with the 1/4-inch acrylic, it only stretches percentage-wise so much, so I was asking it to like triple its size.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it won't do it.
Now I made an 1.5 band by 18, so it should puff. I just want it to go out 3/4 of an inch.
Yeah, this is it, I'm good luck, you know that. What? This was gonna come out perfect.
There it is. Well, let's take it inside and see what it looks like. It's kind of ridiculous, but it's not uncommon to be thrashing on your car right up to the minute the show opens. But I don't know if anyone doesn't even have taillights on their vehicle yet, let alone trying to blow custom lenses while the car is in final paint and polish. Finally, we get one that works. You know, this is the learning curve. So if we had to make 1,000 of these, try number 4 is pretty good proportionally. So it's close. We definitely got something to work with.
My problem is I've seen too many options on the car. Now I'm not confused, but I'm not sure what I want to do. I don't want to say I told you so, but why didn't you leave Jack's freaking lights alone? It would have been done.
I just couldn't stand looking at it, man, you know? Victor's option is these existing lenses from Moon Eyes. It's almost the same thing that we're doing, just a different shape. He's talking about trimming them down, you know, customizing something that's already there. And, you know, we got a bunch of options on the table. All we're missing is a decision. The last 24 hours of every car build is all in the details. You know, that's what brings it all together. So it's a thrash, but every little thing is being attended to. I really like this car. I mean, it's classy. It could have gone any different way, but right now, it's presenting itself really clean. This lowrider project's got everybody amped up, you know, even the dude, even the shop inspector is getting in the mode. He's ready to cruise.
How you doing, man?
What's up, Victor? What do you think?
Right away, Victor comes in and he's loving the graphics. The silver leaf, the paint details, the pinstriping.
It almost gives it like a third dimension. That's like crazy.
Right on, man.
Really, really clean. Good job.
It's definitely nice stuff.
That's interesting how this turns into that, but that's the art form. Yeah, that's cool.
We've literally hours to go until we're on the road to get out of here. You know, Victor comes in with just one more enhancement, one final detail. He's got these chrome lake pipes, you know, side pipes. Yeah, the paint's sort of still wet and we're welding alongside it and, you know, just what I gotta do. What these are gonna add to the final appearance of the car is just like with the low custom bumper, you know, the chrome, your eyes go to it and everything's down. Slightly unorthodox, you know, usually you don't go cutting holes in cars that have been painted, and I look back and Victor has even more taillight options.
And then just cut this little hole out and these two things just go right there.
We know the lake pipes are a good call, risking cutting through the paint. The taillights, there's no turning back. Wrong call on that, and the car won't show. I say you run it without any lights. It's a show car.
And instead of just putting something Mickey Mouse, because the whole car came together the way I pictured it. So we'll just go to the show. So I'll put you in the back with a flashlight, no big deal. And then we'll see what happens from there. We'll come back, take our time, and figure out what we're gonna do.
I like that idea. I'm just gonna sit in the trunk. We'll just leave it open. 2 frosty adult beverages, and I'll just have this, each time I feel the car slow down, I'll just send out a light. The bottom line of this debate is that the more we look at the rear of the car, the more we agree that it just has a great look as is. To put in taillights that don't complement it at this point doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, the whole front end is muted. You don't even know that there's headlights in there. So I mean, if we want to talk aesthetics, that blank look, you know, this is freaking classy. It's like a sculpture. For right now, forget it, man. Just take it to the show.
I agree with you. After the show, we'll come back and figure out what we could do to keep this look without seeing the taillights.
What we have finally arrived at is whatever the finished look of these taillights are, they're not going to affect the rear view of the car as it is. You know, maybe the taillights don't even show while the car's parked, you know, like the retractable license plate in the supercar. You know, maybe there's something in the rear window. The look of the rear of the car as is will be retained. I'm just excited to finalize this project for now, get to the show, enjoy a weekend out, and, you know, discuss the project with the people. We made it to Santa Maria. Really, we made it to Santa Maria. Cruising Nationals is a 3-day event. This weekend is pretty special. And not only were we preparing to build the car to debut at this show, I got a call from the historian, the Hall of Fame manager for the West Coast Customs, and they want to induct me into the Hall of Fame at the show as well. True story. They held a private event for the awards, but the big payoff for me was sitting in the lineup, signing autographs with all the legends.
The Hall of Fame is actually carrying on a tradition that me and Barris and maybe Ed Roth and a few of the early customizers, we started this whole thing, you know, clear back in the late 40s and 50s, and now the new guys are carrying it on. And then Ian Rousell, it's really wonderful to see him come along, and I know he's doing a fabulous job. he's doing some really nice, creative, custom work.
It's all the guys I worshipped growing up. It's all the people that led to me making this career decision to do what I do. Crazy. I mean, I literally grew up reading about this guy, yes. And now I'm in the club. Hey, how's it going? It's like not even me, you know. If you know me, I'm a quiet, geeky guy in the garage. I'm not a celebrity. Hi.
Hi, Ian. I don't want anybody else's money. Just yours.
What? We're just waiting for the security to escort us out of here. Yeah. I feel like we got away with something. If you know this car show, you know it's been around for a long, long time. The people who come here come to play, they come to party, they come to show off their stuff, and everybody is represented full force. Cruise night is specifically set up for people to see the vehicles in motion, so it's like a parade. Everybody's lining the sidewalks, streets are closed only for the show cars. This is the craft taken to its highest level. West Coast Customs with a K. The lowriders, the tail dragger scene, the bombs, anything low and slow is represented in force. This is all about the classics. The whole thing is a cruise night, it's just a warm-up. That's kind of like everybody landing, a meet and greet, have a few conversations for the big show on Saturday. But I'm really looking forward to getting to the show in the morning and seeing the Riviera. First thing in the morning, the cars are mobbing the scene, looking for the primo parking spot. Last night was the cruise, today's the show. Everybody's planted, barbecues, conversation, good times. There are awesome cars all over the place, and right in the middle of them all is the Riviera. Victor is that worker guy. He's still in minor adjustment mode. He's trying to shake down a set of taillights. He's got a pinstriper on hire. He's still building the car at the show.
I hope you brought your little jigsaw, because I'm looking around for the light. My goal is, hey, I'm still striping. You might cut a hole in, so we finish this thing in Santa Maria, lights and all.
One of the stranger things that's going on is Victor's telling me, keep your eyes open, we're still on the hunt. You know, that's the mode. I'm like, I thought we were celebrating our victory.
You are a hero of mine.
Thanks, man.
Like, I watch all your episodes over and over.
Very nice.
Yeah, sharp.
The whole crew's here representing, and my friend Tom with his hot rod pickup.
Yeah, I'm here to support Ian. He's been inducted into the West Coast Customs Hall of Fame, which is a huge deal, man. It's amazing. It's such an honor. And so I came out to show him some support and be there for my boy. The Riviera, man, I love it. And the stuff that he's done to it, it's like, it's so subtle, but trick at the same time. And unless you know what a stock one looks like, you might think that it's pretty much factory.
The response has been overwhelmingly supportive. I was expecting, you know, Rotten Tomatoes, some heckling. You like the taillights?
Beautiful. Where are they?
We're almost done. Nobody knows but us.
This whole lowrider adventure has been super cool. I've always wanted to do something like this. You know, this is a huge LA flavor. From the Van Nuys Boulevard cruise night to this event, you could see that style is represented.
I'm ecstatic. The car came out like beyond my expectations.
Our mode is reflected by a lot of the people here. You know, ideas are always changing. You could see a car that was here last year and it'll be a different color, different set of rims, change this and that. And you know, Victor and I are the same thing. What's not to like about any of these? This is a Cole Foster car right here.
Everything, they're all incredible. I mean, everyone has their own flavor, their own meaning.
Our current issue is this lack of taillights. There's a billion ideas out there, so this is a perfect location to kind of do some scouting. We got a Buick Riviera. We just finished, 65. Victor can't make his mind up. So we finished the car and it's got no taillights.
You know, I did that one for Bones. You know, years ago, that 63 Buick.
63, huh?
And, you know, I painted that car 5 times for 3 different owners.
I know Victor, and I know how things develop, and he will not stop until he's satisfied. So, in his own words, whatever it takes. As far as what comes next, we got a million ideas. But once again, it's time to step up the game and march forward fearlessly into the new horizon.
I just went shopping again. The last final piece besides the light.
Oh,
There it
yeah.
is, my speaker
Oh,
lens.
no doubt. That's what this car needs for sure. Yeah,
well,
they go on the rear deck where the speakers
On the
go.
rear deck, go ahead and put it in
Broadcast
play.
the tunes
yeah.
forward.
Yeah, they go out this way. too.
Totally cool. So those go there in typical lowrider fashion.
That's it, it completes my goal.
I wanted to get a picture with you and Ian.
All right, cool.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, no, always.
Hey, can we get those 2 guys over here too?
They want the whole full
want
custom
everybody.
team here. Wow. Cheeseburger.
Oh, yeah.
He's the guy.
Oh.
Does it for the fans?
Yeah. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome, man.
All right.
Hey, it was good talking
Good talking to you too. Yeah. I'd like to get together with you guys someday. if I
Yeah,
could.
no, we're all
Yeah.
I'm happy to show you
I
our
wanna
toys
see
in the
I wanna
garage.
Check them all
Yeah.
out, man.
Got some
Yeah, I
stuff.
got a little museum. I got Gumby, Pokey, all them stupid little things.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel looks back on the best builds of Season 2.
The second season was all about pushing the builds further.
I thought it was going to be good, but it's spectacular.
Wow. I was blown away.
I really wanted to do stuff I had never done before, you know, venture into the great unknown.
He got in deep with this project.
I was thinking of, hey, I'm gonna throw a wrench in the fire on this guy.
It's just a pile of parts.
Well, that's why you're the man for this project.
Going into this bold-faced and fearless. First project I wanted to do was a 1948 Packard. It was just sitting around at my friend Don's shop. I wanted to turn it into a custom lead sled for my friend Tom. The biggest challenge in the chop on this Packard was the big bulge in the back of the roof. I took care of that. I wanted to show it to Tom. Uh-oh, there goes the neighborhood. What's up, man?
Wow.
Got a car.
This is the Packard, huh?
Yeah.
So being excited about seeing this Packard underway, I gave Ian a call and I said, hey, I gotta come down. I gotta take a look at this thing.
And just putting it on the ground and chopping the top, he loves it.
Now that I see it here in person, I like it as a 4-door.
I stopped on these roof panels. My next step is to throw them on the English wheel and get these guys tacked in. I got a way of doing things by myself, but hey, there's another body in the room. Get to work.
To be able to work with Ian today is a real special treat.
This is a really complex thing, creating a big roof for a chop-top car. The whole thing is establishing this nice roof line. I want to minimize the amount of body filler in the end. So it's really just like push it, hold it into position, and tack weld it so it stays. You know, it's the stuff you read about in magazines. So I stuck them in the car and had them hold up the sheet metal. I would have to come up with a bunch of weird contraptions to hold it in place. Here he is doing it. He was pretty excited.
Ian, in my opinion, is today's Ed Roth. Ed Roth was a wild customizer who was very innovative. Ian is just carrying that torch.
What this thing does is it sucks the metal together so it will create a little more of a dome.
Ian likes to think outside the box, doesn't care about what anybody else thinks, and builds what he wants.
So this is gonna crown it out a little bit more as well as take away all those hammer marks. I'm really not that familiar with an English wheel. I've only used it a couple times. Eastwood had this really simple, portable one, and it worked out pretty darn good. Pretty good. Yeah. Getting the sheet metal tacked in place, that's it. That's the car. The line of it's established. It's just a matter of finish work. If you like it, here we go. I'll put it all together and on to the next.
It's a killer chop.
Once we got the roof dialed in, Tom had to take off. So I got the thing painted and finished because I really wanted to show it to him complete and ready to drive.
When I first sat inside the Packard, man, I couldn't help but feel, man, this is cool. I'm ready to cruise, man. And I am one cool dude because I'm cruising this thing.
This was a very emotional experience. We took that car out of the carport and I was angry. I was just thinking we were going in a bad direction. I pulled through.
It's really indescribable. I can't talk about how grateful I am because there's no words to express it. I mean, other than getting in there and cruising down the boulevard with a big grin on my face, there's no real way to express how just excited I am. It's a cool car and I cannot wait to show it off.
Tom has helped me out with a lot of stuff in the past. So going through all this extra effort made it worthwhile. He's really happy with the end result. This Packard was not just finished and delivered. This thing is an evolving project. I have it in the shop now. We're developing it into a whole new thing. The next project was for my friend Victor, and who knows what's coming through the door. He's always got a lot of wild ideas. So Victor comes in with a set of blueprints, and he's talking 100 miles an hour.
The other night I was thinking of a project that I need. I got a retail plant rental company. I need for my nursery to have like a little car spectacle, something like people would see like, what the heck is this thing?
If Victor wants a spectacle, he came to the right place. Victor wanted to build this VW kit car. It's called a Boonie Bug. He found these old plans.
Remember, like everything we do, this means nothing. This means someone has built something like this, so ours cannot be like this.
I think we're gonna take these plans and funkify them. We're gonna go full disco. I think it's gonna be cool. First thing I needed to do was build a framework for the body. It rides on an existing shortened bus chassis, but there's no structure for the whole kit part of it. The whole thing with this vehicle is like a triple threat, right? It's driving around, it's looking so cool. When it's parked, it's doing the same thing. And then the sides fold up, and it still drives around. So it's a quadruple threat. It does 4 things really good. I got the whole structure for the body built. I really wanted to show it to Victor. There's always kind of a friendly competition between us. I wanted to nail my concept and sell him on it.
Hey, Ian, what's up? When I first walked in, as usual, more was done than I expected. I love the way you angle that thing. I've been thinking and dreaming about this too since I left. I said, I want to put, kick the angle down. I didn't know it was going to be forward or backward, but you're reading my mind.
Instead of the doors like the plan showed, the whole wall is open like that, both of them.
That's
and then
amazing,
it says
yeah.
ultra green, so when you park it.
I was thinking of, hey, I'm gonna throw a wrench in the fire on this guy. I'm gonna have him make something raise up because I want my sign to show. And I come in and you raise up the door and my signs go there so the guy like outthinks me. But yeah, no, that came out crazy, yeah.
The build of this was pretty inspired and quick, so I got it finished up and ready for paint and interior.
We had no idea what this thing was gonna come out to be. It's beyond my expectations. It's not a show car. The little nursery car took it to the next level. This thing's gonna be all dirty and in the mud.
We lucked out with this engine. This thing rips. Everything has held together great. It runs great. I almost wish I didn't have to give it up. I was really getting attached to this thing. Being able to drive it on its inaugural run was really cool. Performed perfect. I think Victor's gonna take this thing more places than the nursery. So in addition to the paint, Victor went all out on the interior. He's got custom vinyl interior, 2-tone, special seat, gold and green. He's got a custom steering wheel. They put AstroTurf inside instead of carpeting. I mean, this thing's looking good.
The reason why me and Ian hit it off so good is he's creative.
The thing I like most about this was that it is a stand-alone concept. You're not going to take it to a car show and judge it against anything, so there's a certain freedom in that. My friend Jack has had this custom Econoline pickup for years. He's got some really wild ideas. He wants to push it even further.
So we're gonna have to take about this much out of the middle. I want the top to be about this high.
Jack threw a total curveball at this project. I was thinking of wild paint schemes, you know, and he's talking about cutting this thing apart. So you want to section the entire body?
Yeah.
It's a pretty good looking truck like it is, man.
I know.
Sure you don't want to just start on another one? This is,
No. This has to be the one.
Jack showed me these drawings he had, and we went right to work. We had to modify almost every panel. Usually I'm the guy standing back assessing the whole thing, and that's the nice thing about having another professional in the room is you got 4 eyes instead of 2.
Still has to come down more, just a hair.
Well,
1/8 inch.
I don't have any hair.
That's good, that's better.
A great thing about the way Jack thinks on a project is he's not really wishy-washy about things. He says yes or no very efficiently, and that's really what I'm all about. Make a decision, stick it, and move on. Once we got into the back rear window, Jack left the entire thing up to me. Just work through it, make it good. That was a challenge, to say the least.
I like what you did with the window. It's beautiful.
I'm feeling pretty good with the rear of the roof, and then Jack shows me these taillights he wants to use. These are freaking massive taillights. What the heck are they out of? I've never seen anything like it.
It's 70 Chrysler. I found him at the junkyard. He looked at me, what the hell is this? And I said, well, we're gonna try this. We're gonna put these two together and see if they fit on the truck.
You know, these taillights are quite a bit different than what you had. I thought we were just gonna like hole saw and put the other ones back in.
No, you gotta.
So you're switching up the whole bill on the back of the truck too, I see.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like how I am.
This kind of changes everything. I don't know where he's going with this, but we're gonna have to figure it out. To make these huge taillights work, I had to French them into the back of the truck. It wasn't something Jack and I talked about, so I kind of took a leap. I was hoping he liked it.
Whoa.
Hey.
Whoa.
What do you think? Is that gonna work?
Wow. So I take off for a day or two and look what happens. This is beautiful. Wow. There's only one thing wrong.
What's that?
It's upside down. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, I put it in the other way and it's like, wait a second,
No,
it looks like a smiley mouth.
No, this is perfect, man. But when I walked in and looked at them, I was shocked. I thought it was gonna be good, but it's spectacular. I'm elated. I can't believe that in 3 weeks we've gotten this far. Beautiful, Jesus.
The camera doesn't come out until Jack's happy with it. Once that digital camera's on the scene, you know we're on the right path. We are both on the same page with all the fabrication elements of this project, but the critical thing is the paint detail. We're doing something really far out, and we both have a difference of opinions on what color it should be.
This color here, that's sunset orange. I've got this idea for this color. Looks like a sunset. I went and bought a gallon of that, and that's the color we're gonna use. This got a lot of metallic in it, a lot of fine metallic.
I think you're gonna have to add something. It's like almost a production car color. Need something to make it pop. Our difference in opinion on the paint scheme actually turned out to be a really good thing in the end because we had 2 separate elements that came together in a great result. Gene Winfield really inspired the paint job on this. I'm not saying it rivals any of his fades, but it's pretty mellow. It's just the red gradually fades to black right into the rocker panels.
Ian wanted to surprise me with that fadeaway, and let me tell you, he sure did. It really looks good.
Jack was digging it. right out of his pocket. First thing is his camera, so I know I'm on a good run here. It's been the story through the whole build is that as he starts taking pictures, you know you hit the mark. The next project was for my friend Kai. He's got a bunch of motorcycles. He wanted to get his 1958 Harley-Davidson Sportster back on the road. Once we got into it, we were over at his house, and he asked me what I wanted to get in exchange for the labor. I want that.
You want that?
Yeah. That.
You want that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Naturally, I'm entranced by this early Harley, but just over my shoulder, there's a police motorcycle. KZ1000, that's a hot rod.
I've never really ridden it. I've had it for a little while.
Apparently Kai got this in a trade or something. I guess his buddy picked up a few of them at the auction. It's a typical scenario. These police bikes get decommissioned after a certain mileage, and somehow Kai ended up with one. This is a KZ1000. Did you ever see Road Warrior or Mad Max?
Yeah.
Well, that's what's going on underneath here.
Right. I'm just not a big Kawasaki guy, you know?
I'm not a big Kawasaki guy either. Well, look at that engine.
When Ian said that he was also interested in the Kawasaki, I was a little surprised. Yeah, you want it?
I see this thing as a stripped-down race bike. This thing is cool.
Well, I'll tell you what. You build that Sportster, you can keep that.
I'll do that.
I'll trade you for labor.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
This kind of turned into a battle of the bikes. I was going really radical on the police motorcycle. Kai's bike was pretty straight ahead, but it's exactly what he wanted.
Huh. This is pretty damn cool.
It's gonna be all right.
Yep, I think so.
You know, I'd say it's a close runner-up to the motorcycle that I'm building. It's a good-looking machine. You're definitely gonna take second place.
You think so?
Well, things got heated a little earlier in the day, you know, so I don't hold grudges, but I like to stab it back a little once in a while. So Kai's sitting there admiring the machine, and I'm thinking, you ain't seen nothing yet. Just look at that thing over there. You got your fiberglass drooling off the rear fender. I mean, that's got a look. It's kind of Sigmund and the Sea Monsters right now. It's pretty groovy.
Well, the way it looks right now, I don't think it's going to compete anywhere. I have seen nicer bikes, though, in my life. I can't say I've seen uglier ones.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
After Kai kind of jabbed me, I wanted to play a joke on him with his bike. There was a whole parts stash I got from my friend Gary, and there was just so much potential on Gary's shelves, I wanted to see it on this bike. I put him on the bike, and it's on. This is a 70s style deal. Nothing says commitment like all the details. See what I'm talking about? Not everybody is hip to the trip. Just needs like 10-foot long forks. And you're there.
Hey, Ian. How's it going?
Good, man. Got your bike just about ready to start.
Oh, man, check it out.
Did a little restyling.
Holy moly. Look at this thing. Fishtails and everything. This is terrific, man. I love this. This is great. When I walked in, I was really surprised at how the bike had changed. Yeah, he may have meant it as a joke, but I was digging it. I was loving it. Man, this is awesome.
The joke was on me. He walked in and loved it. I thought you were gonna hate it. I guess you're into it.
No, I love it. I love the fishtails. I love the sissy bar.
This weird prank actually resulted in a pretty darn good-looking bike. So it was sort of a debate between Kai and I. In the end, he really just wanted to go with something a lot mellower. So I put the exhaust I built on Kai's bike, but I was really itching to show him the progress on mine. So you remember my Sigmund the Sea Monster rear fender? That changed a little bit.
Looks nice, man.
Yeah.
Wow, this is smooth. I took a look at the Kawasaki, and I was actually really surprised at what he'd done. Man, this is
it's getting close.
It's nice.
In the end, I got my bike wrapped up. It's exactly what I was hoping for. It's just a good, reliable, powerful, fun-to-ride machine. The whole deal with this project was the transformation. You saw this kind of very upright police motorcycle, and I just took it all wrong and made it gnarly, a very aggressive machine. I knew what was inside of it, and I just let it out. Kai's bike turned out really cool. We got both bikes out here, they're running good. We're just testing them.
I love the way it looks. I just love the way it looks. It's old school. The general ride itself was exactly what I hoped for. You know, just smooth and has a lot of power. Well, Ian's bike, his Kawasaki, I mean, like I said, I didn't think in the beginning he was going to do anything with this thing. Ian, as usual, pulls a rabbit out of the hat or whatever you want to call it, and I actually got to ride it too. And I was really pleasantly surprised. It's a cool little bike.
It's a nice change of pace to build a couple motorcycles. I don't do it often, maybe not often enough, but I really like the cars, so I was ready to get back to them. Next project I did was with my friend Bill. What year is this?
This is a 1962, as I recall.
That's what I'm talking about. I guess it's an early 60s Ford Falcon window van. It's a short wheelbase. Looks like it was maybe from a utility company or something. It's bare bones inside, but it's a pretty cool looking ride. I talked Bill into working on the van as a concept to sell to fund another of his projects, and it just turned out to be way more work than either of us considered. I got a couple good ideas on how to get this thing back in action. The question is, how bad is it? All right, so I'm gonna start off on the front, because to me, it looks like it's hiding some secrets. Pull off the front bumper, turn signals, you know, trim stuff. Start sanding it. And that's where the story begins. There's a ton of filler in this thing. I'm doing the excavation here, you know, this is down and dirty. I thought I could sand it off, but it just got thicker and thicker. I ended up just cracking it off as brutally as I could. Yeah, it's all pushed in right there. Even though the van looks pretty good, you see it's hiding secrets. Some of my time in Egypt spent doing exactly this type of operation. I'd say there's been a traumatic event. His van ran into something, and then it was repaired really poorly. The easiest solution would be to get a replacement panel, but I think I can just take this thing, reformulate it, and put it back into place. The cool factor about this is that you're not your typical auto body procedure. I'm gonna fire up this torch and get medieval on it. This metal piece was created in a certain shape. The only thing that changed was the collision made it into a different shape. I want to bring it back to the way it was, and that's just done by a series of heating and hammering. The whole idea is I'm just gonna fit it into place and then continue hammer and dollying it. The van came out really cool. We got it all finished up and it was ready to show to a potential client. Bill had somebody interested in buying. Brought up to Bill's, and just as I'm showing Bill the van, Jess shows up.
Holy cow.
See you again.
Yeah, good to see you, Ian. Hey, Bill. When I first walked up and saw the van, I was just kind of blown away. It looked perfect.
It looks like a plain white van on the outside, but the interior is all fitted out. It's deluxe. So we put curtain rods in there.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
So this is the Pendleton
yeah, the
flannel?
authentic flannel.
So I'm really impressed. I can't wait to take it to the beach. Let's drive it.
Good, let's do it. Let's close the doors up and jump in there and fire it up.
Oh, and we're off. So looking at the van from the outside and the inside and kind of being a spectator is great. The aesthetic is totally there. It's everything that I want. But it's not the feel of driving it. And so once you drive it, I was sold.
When we first started this project, I didn't know how it was going to end up. It got in pretty deep, but in the end, it turned out to be a really nice van. This next build came about in a completely different way. My friend Tom's putting on a charity car show, and I wanted to build something to support the effort. I went up to my friend Bill's house. He's always got a bunch of cool projects, and I knew he had some old trucks. In Bill's endless pile of parts, he's got a fire truck. Holy moly.
You know, I love the old fire truck because it's a roadster, and it's one of those keeps getting moved back project. I'm never gonna get around to it.
I really need to check this thing out. Pulled it out of the weeds, and it's in very good shape. I know the chassis got the look. And then seeing this body and the bedsides, I'm thinking giant hot rod truck.
I'm always excited to watch Ian and see his gears turning in his head and what he does.
These are the basic building blocks for my inspired project. I told Tom what I found, and he was up for the adventure. He wanted to give me a hand.
So I was thinking, man, it'd be really cool if Ian showed up to my car show, but now he's talking about building something.
The whole look of this project is how the body sits on the chassis. It's the look of the whole ride. So getting it in place, I could tell right away, and Tom agreed, this thing is way too tall. Look how freaking massive this body is.
Yeah, it looks kind of goofy up tall like that.
It is, it's way too tall. My initial thought was this was gonna be kind of a highboy style, real old school look on top of the frame rails. As soon as it was in place, I could tell it was not gonna be okay. That's why I wanted to put this body on. It's just way too big. When the whole truck is up in the air, the body looks kind of small, but now it looks massive. That close to the ground, it changes everything. The firewall looks like a freaking tombstone. It's gigantic. I think we gotta channel it.
Yeah, there's no question about that. It'll look so much cooler too.
Right, I'm talking about a hot rod, and you know the formula, man. Low, big and little tires, then lean. We gotta strip this thing down. It's looking good, but it ain't there yet. Both Tom and I agree, this big box on the back of the cab is not the look we're going for. The first order of business is to chop it off. Channeling means you drop the body down over the frame. It gives the whole vehicle a lower profile. The compromise is the interior room. But I don't care about riding comfort. This is all about the look. We're channeling this sucker. Get it down. I'm just into it, you know. I love this plasma cutter. I'll use it all day long. So I got the shades on, you know, shields are down. I'm in the moment. Tom's yelling.
Woo, we got a fire in the fire truck.
Fire in the truck. I think he's just into the fire truck. I'm like, yeah. This is these wooden cars, man.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do about that?
Should we call the fire department? So here I am, working on a fire truck, and I think, what would a fireman do? I went and got some water. Everything's solved.
You know, Tom, that's why I keep you around. So we got the fire out, the body lowered down, just as we expected, and it looks great. Now you're talking hot rod. That's perfect. What do you think about that, Captain? Is that gonna work?
Yeah, man, now it's looking like a hot rod.
It was a ton of work to bring this concept to life. I got this thing wired up and fired up. It's driving around. I'm ready to take it to the car show. Tom hadn't seen this thing in a few days, so when I pulled up this morning, he was really excited to check it out.
Oh man, I was blown away. It turned out awesome, man. You know, every time I've worked with Ian, I bring something to the table, but I take something home too. I either learn something when it comes to how to build or artistically. It helps me grow as a hot rodder and a car builder myself.
This next project was a build with my friend Stone. It was really unique in the fact that it had very little to do with a car. It was more of a sculptural project.
My name is Stone, and I am a metal fabricator and sculptor, and I build big, ridiculous things for festivals.
The initial concept is a series of sculptures that Stone did. It's called the One-Eyed Monster.
You know, the original state of the One-Eyed Monster was these small little sculptures that I used to hand make out of steel, and they were just little sculptures that I just kept showing in galleries.
He says to me he wants to build the most gigantic one-eyed monster sculpture ever, a driving 30-foot tall sculpture.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I know Ian and I know myself, like if there's any kind of thought in our head and it was like, oh, that would be cool, literally the next morning we will be not drawing it out, we will start building it.
So this is below the decks of the One-Eyed Monster, where all the mechanics and engine maintenance guys hang out. This thing's a full mutant. It's a 28 Ford Model A frame that I put a Mercedes-Benz rear clip, independent rear suspension, with the engine and transmission, and then it has a Chevy truck front axle.
One of the biggest, craziest reactions that I get, besides what it is, I mean, it's obviously like, wow, what is that? That's weird. But when you tell them that it's an actual car or you don't even tell them nothing, you just get up in it, you start it, and you start driving through a crowd, and they're like, what the, you know, and you're like, exactly.
All the stone sculptures are like a spherical body, and to make it proportional to what he wanted to do, we had to build like a 16 or 18-foot diameter sphere. It's all aluminum flat bar rolled on edge to create a series of like pie pieces that form this huge sphere.
Ian's part, like one of his big parts, is like more of the stuff that you don't really, I mean, you see it, but it's inside the car. And that's transferring all of the controls from, you know, a 4-foot range up to 14 feet in the air and actually make it functional.
You drive it kind of pirate ship style. It's this huge A-frame, you're 15 feet off the ground, so all the controls and the steering are upstairs. So we made 2 lenses for the eyeball in the same way I was doing the bubble tops and taillights on the other projects. For these, I just made a round oven. We used the same barbecue style thing and just blew these circular ones as to Stone's specs. You know, he knew what the diameter of the eyeball was gonna be, and we just made a ring and a backing plate and inflated them.
It is actually kind of complicated because it's colored, but it's translucent. You know, you don't want to paint something because during the day it might look great, right? But at night, that will not look that great 35 feet in the air. You need to light it from behind. So even though this looks like it's all painted, it's actually totally translucent, so any light will penetrate any of this paint. We created our eye socket out of like stuff that we just made here in the shop.
Putting this thing together is a lot of effort. It's a full day setup, but the real reward is the sun sets, you get up in the cab and you're cruising around. I mean, just that, it's a really cool vehicle. It's totally fun.
It's worked out perfect. It's exactly what it needs to be, and that's a spectacle of this crazy thing that no one else has ever seen.
Working with stone was a good change of pace because this was pure art. Most of the clients I work with are more car guys. This was a full mechanized sculpture, and that's cool. The next project was for my friend Don. He had an old 22 Ford C-Cab and a pile of old parts.
As old as it is, it's in pretty darn good shape. I've got the frame for it, got some of the fenders.
Oh, wow.
Yes, this is what started this whole idea.
This whole thing started with Don finding this manual hand crank. It's a tow truck winch. It's dated like 1930 or something.
Well, that winch has been sitting in storage for 33, 34 years now. I always thought it'd be really cool to have a vintage tow truck, basically to move stuff around here on the compound.
Every project has some sort of impetus to things that get you interested in building. This hand crank did it for me. I think if we build the whole truck to reflect this era, I think we come up with something really cool.
Look at that, just like a glove, Ian.
We've got parts from like 4 different decades, and there's a lot of space to fill. There's so many different parts here, it could go in a million different directions. Ultimately, this is going to be a functioning tow truck, so I started working on the rear. I was building the boom, and then Don shows me this gas tank he wants to use. The tank Don showed me is just kind of generic. It looks like something that should be under the bed. This truck's got one lacking area between the bed and the cab, and I think building a custom gas tank is going to set it off.
Ian has his own ideas on how this is going to look, and I have my own ideas too, so I'm a little concerned about it.
Move it. Go on. Sorry, Charlie. I've built a lot of different gas tanks over the years, but for this truck, I got a really cool idea for like an old school oval gas tank. Let's see what happens. From the start of my interest in metalworking, I was really trying to build stuff from scratch, you know, by myself. The reason I started using found objects is because there were curved shapes of metal that were way more accessible, so I could get into the actual building of larger components instead of focusing on these small details on curving metal. Back in the day, they were making some cool stuff out of very basic materials, so I built the thing the same way. Kind of caveman technology, but it works. It's a stamped steel cap. I wanted to make this tank and the brackets to hold it look like something you'd see on a vintage work truck. What I'm looking to accomplish here is match this radius with the mellow curve, and then I'm gonna pull it tight over a piece of pipe. That way I'll have more of an egg shape instead of a perfect circle. It just depends what you have to work with, but it was just easier to start from scratch because we had it custom built in proportion to this vehicle. That's what we got, dog.
It's interesting the way that ties in between the cab and the bed of the truck to have that space taken up by a fuel tank. It looks absolutely perfect and vintage for that vehicle, too.
It's little steps like this that can convert a man like that to the creative process. It's a small victory in this grand war. And in the end, the truck came together really cool.
Ian nailed this thing. It's unbelievable. The stuff that I gave him to work with, he knocked it out of the park. I mean, look at that truck. It is just absolutely beautiful. There's stuff from the 40s. There's stuff from the 30s. There's stuff from the 20s. And then the drivetrain and frame is from the 60s. Working with Ian on this project really opened my mind to a lot of things, and this project came out killer. I mean, it came out way better than I expected it.
Next project was for my friend Mark. He shows up with this trailer full of parts, so I wasn't sure what he wanted to do.
You know, I'm very fortunate to be one of Ian's clientele. I like Ian just to let his creativity take over the project because however radical it becomes, the better it is. Love your weather down here, man. This is gorgeous.
Came down from Canada, and he's into the wild stuff. Definitely not into the restoration aspect of things, and that's right up my alley.
I can show you this before we actually show you the project to be. Originally, this whole idea came about by a drawing, and he's the only one that I can think of that could actually pull this one off.
He said it was a Volkswagen.
It's a Volkswagen.
Shows me this drawing of this pretty wild cartoon hot rod. I'm all on board. So it's like a front-engine Volkswagen bus hot rod thing. Just like the Ed Roth monster cars, this is right in that vein. It's just a new style on it. And I think pushing it forward is always really cool. So I was excited to see what Mark had in the trailer.
This isn't like the last thing I brought you. Okay. It's in a little more disrepair.
That's a mighty short Volkswagen you got there. It was not what I expected. Here come the clowns. Must have been a rare factory option. Mark pulls out this shortened VW bus and just a ton of other random parts from the trailer.
So I thought, well, let's throw AMC running gear in a Plymouth frame, and then now we're gonna put a Volkswagen body on it. You know, let's mix up all of it.
I like having clients that are all on board. You know, they think I can accomplish anything. Unfortunately for me, the anything gets wilder and wilder. The big challenge is to make it look like the drawing. The stuff Mark's pulled out of the truck looks nothing like what we're going for.
Oh yeah, oh, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be a one-of. I have my own ideas of the way this thing is kind of gonna look. To me, it's kind of rat rodish. I said, Ian, let's make this rat bus.
Mark's talking about rat rod. He wants something kind of easy to build. You know, I'm looking at this drawing and I'm seeing full custom show car, like all the way.
My time frame's kind of short. I'm kind of rushed down here to drop this off.
This is just a quick pit stop for Mark. He's heading back up north, so I got free reign to make this thing happen.
That's the excitement. Didn't Forrest Gump say you get a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get? Well, that's kind of the way it is with me and Ian.
Mark headed back to Canada and just let me go on this project. My whole concept was to make it look as much like the drawing as possible make it drivable and as wild and far out show car as I could muster. I got the whole front windshield established. The next big challenge is the rear portion of the cab. The drawing doesn't really show what's going on back here, so I'm leaving that open to my interpretation. I got a cool idea where I'm going to utilize the rear tailgate of the van and split it in half and make two. The portion with the rear window will be back here, and then the lower portion with this detail of the body sheet metal will stay here. Being that the cab is so much narrower, the whole rear window frame and the rear hatch have to be reconfigured. It'd be nice to just cut it in half and put it in place, but all the proportions are changed. Taking all the leftover pieces of the car and just refitting them in a way that the hinge mechanism will work and the rear hatch will open and close smoothly. It's just way smaller. So, you want to ride this thing, don't you? I know I do. That opens, you got your breeze. There's room to cruise, man. It's gonna totally work. This, hands down, was the biggest build of season 2. It's a huge amount of fabrication for such a little vehicle. This thing's wrapped. This is a toy come to life. Mark is out of his mind. Johnny is totally charged up about this.
It's the coolest thing I ever seen. I'm stoked for Pomona.
I can't wait for that first reaction from people when they see it.
Up to this point, it's been a static piece. Johnny drew it, it's been sitting in the shop, but it's an actual car, it drives around. It's time to take it to the car show. We're out here at Pomona. It's a swap meet car show, biggest one in the world.
Shaka, good job. Pomona, man, beautiful swap meet. I've been cruising around there this morning. Reaction on the car is all thumbs up.
Probably the coolest car at the swap meet today. And cool, and way different. You know, I love it.
I had never seen it outside the shop until today. So the windows absolutely glow in the sunlight, and it was like a beacon. People were hypnotized, they were drawn to it, and everybody was digging it.
Well, I would think that's probably one of the most unique hot rods I've seen out here in the 30 years I've come out here. There's lots of different things out here, but that one's truly unique.
It's the cartoon driving experience that, you know, if you own this, you'll have that, you'll achieve that. It's wonderful, man.
This is kind of a step in a new direction for me because it's the wildest design I've ever worked on, and it was dictated by an artist. So it really makes me want to do more. Season 2 really expanded the role of my shop inspector. What do you think, Hellhound? Do you have anything to say? You don't even care. This is a breakthrough. It's really involved in the process. Wait a second. I think we're just gonna trade out somebody's water bowl. He's even offered up a few possessions of his own on occasion. Don't look so concerned, man. I'll get you another one. It's made everything that much better. Well, are we ready for delivery? No response. I'm getting a chimp, that's it. You're not holding up your end of the bargain. No, I'm gonna go get a small monkey. It's gonna be way more sharp. No, I'm sorry.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Ian continues the transformation of the T-Bird bubble top, and his client pushes him even further.
It's already been built 2 times. What's one more time? I want it to be like a spaceship.
Some people would think of this abstract idea as like, what? And I'm like, yes. I spent a couple seconds inside that dome, and it's hot. So we're having vents in the front that'll vent the cabin, and then vents in the back that'll exhaust it.
But the mission doesn't stop there.
My whole task here is creative metalwork and mad scientist inspiration. He's got a pro interior dude. I meet the guy, and it turns out he's deaf. And Victor's like moving around, flailing his hands, this and that.
You know what? I move my hands, and I'm a hand talker, if you could see, and we could communicate perfectly.
He's talking about making it look like this is like the main power source for the entire car. It's crystal-powered spaceship.
I'm a subtle guy, if you could tell by my car.
With the finish line in sight, Ian and Victor take the bubble top out of this world.
We're on the final run of the whole game right here. And Victor comes up with another idea.
But now I said, Ian, we need a new element.
He wants to take it one step further, so we're gonna try something unique once more with the roof. I don't know exactly how we're gonna get there, but this car is gonna be amazing. This thing all started when Victor and I went to a car show. Victor is nonstop about wanting this bubble top. He's chewing my ear off about it. And I'm thinking the quickest way to get there is to use one of our old projects. We decided to use this 62 T-Bird that I built from a while back. I figured if I made a bubble top for it, we could put it on and we'd be done. So I built a huge oven structure to heat up the plastic, and we took it to Victor's.
And he said, well, we need some igniters or elements. I said, I got some perfect elements. Let me just finish cooking my steaks.
Victor and I share a lot of the same characteristics. He's always pushing me for more.
And I said, Ian, crank it up. Let's take it to the limit.
Yes, Captain, taking it to the limit. We pushed it too far, so I went to talk to a master, Gene Winfield.
Every day is a school day. Ian's a real good craftsman. I think he's going to go back and rework that bubble, and it'll come out fine for that T-Bird.
Seeing Gene was really inspiring. It got me fired up, and I came back and blew a successful bubble. This thing's on the car for 15 minutes. Everybody's praising it, you know, wow, yeah, that was a great experience. Victor wants to go bigger. He wants something better than this.
When I seen it come out, I said we achieved our goal. And if we were normal people, we would say, all right, let's get the hell out of here. We're done, but we're not.
The crazy thing about working with Victor is he's always pushing me. We're sitting there checking the car out, thinking about ideas, and he comes up with this spinning bubble top.
I said, okay, Ian, this one's gonna spin, go up and down and spin.
This is such a crazy idea. I just needed to build it quickly and cheaply to see if it would really work. Literally, this car lifts up, spins around. It's awesome. You've never seen that before. I took it down to Victor's to show it to him. I pull in with the trailer and I see Victor. He's not really jumping for joy, let's say that. But just seeing this wild concept got his brain going in a whole new direction. Accomplishing this bubble top, I think I might have blew a fuse or something in Victor's psyche, because now he's really going off the deep end. He's talking about some wild concepts, and we're only at the beginning of this next stage. The whole thing is detail. I have to remove this foam in the most precise manner possible. This whole car is conceptual. The ring that holds the bubble was looking good. Victor wanted it lower. All right, so Victor changed his mind a little bit, or Victor changed my mind. It's not gonna spin anymore. It's just gonna be a simple up-down motion. It's way safer. Primary issue is safety. This thing is coming around to the car show and does as it's been doing. It's gonna take somebody's head off. This whole thing I was setting up with the body being raised up and contoured to the ring, he wanted it to be lower. We're gonna cut this whole area out and then lower the ring to the same height as the door. Refitting this metal ring, it's a flat base that the bubble sits on, and the car is a curved surface. So I created this series of steps that allow the ring to fall down into the car and still look like a finished part. Once all these pieces get finished up with the door jambs, and then this whole thing is blended together with fiberglass, it's gonna look really neat. We really refined the way the whole bubble opens. I was trying some crazy stuff with the weight of the car lifting the thing, and it just wasn't safe. We just went to a simple hydraulic ram, tried and true, works perfect. He's already got the pump here that used to lift the rear of the car. So we're gonna tap in with another switch. You can see it's big enough for a tractor or a snowplow. It matches the ram that used to actuate the back lid, and they'll both run off the same motor. I spent a couple seconds inside that dome, and it's hot. This thing's a spaceship. There's people inside. There needs to be a way for air to get in and out. I made these vents in the front of the car. Victor loved them. He came up with this concept. He wants some more vents towards the rear. So my challenge is to match them, complement the front with the back. I think I like this idea. The car is so flat that by putting these vents in, it's pretty cool. It kind of lends itself to the louvering thing in the 50s, but this is like new, old space age stuff. All these vents work. It looks cool, but it's gonna keep you alive in there. Otherwise, you're gonna cook. Once the ring that fit the bubble was established in the car, it looked great, and it worked so good, we decided to seal the doors up. That's the main point of getting in and out of the car, is through the lid. So the bubble top's gonna be the only way you can get into the car. That'll hinge up and you'll get into it like you would a flying saucer. Should be cool. Well, there's no gravity in space, so you can just like float over the edge and land in the car. So that's the whole thing. There's a lot of metal fab that's gone into this car. It's really been a huge process, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. The plastic part is the real challenge here. Today's whole mission is to get this dashboard in gear. I just finished some really basic structure to just hold this gauge cluster. It's from an early Plymouth. I think it's a 300. This has been used in a couple other really popular show cars. And the reason we're using it is because it's freaking cool.
Since we added the bubble on it, I said, hey, we can't just have a regular car interior.
You want to follow that theme and bring it inside the car. So I want to have some kind of clear plastic elements on the interior. The big challenge with the plastic is creating three-dimensional shapes. I'm using fiberglass for the dashboard. It's going to incorporate an acrylic dome, just like the roof, and who knows what else. The first tests I did of creating this bubble out of acrylic just incorporated a simple metal box with a burner and air inflation. The smaller size is a lot easier to work with, so I figured I'd come up with a really cool twist on what I've already accomplished and showcase it right in the middle of the dashboard. Every bubble I've seen has been blown off of a flat base. I thought, why can't you just do it off a curved base? I'll unscrew it. The main difference being I created a metal backboard with this S-curve, because when it's sitting in the car, this is going to be the center console. So the center console wraps up, and then you have your gauge pod here, and it goes into the dashboard. So this is just a piece of sheet metal, a couple pieces of 55-gallon drum, an old brake line. I pretty much nailed this whole heat and inflate of the acrylic domes. The big challenge here was fitting it up in the curved base plate prior to anything. Usually I would make a wood retaining ring like with the other setups, but the wood wouldn't bend to this drastic curve. So I heated up a piece of acrylic and just let it sag down, and that became the retaining ring. So what the paper does, you can see the holes I punched here. The air comes in, you see the hot air blast, and it just diffuses and gently fills the thing up with air. So it's a gasket. Pretty slick. These two got overheated, but it's still the center that I'm looking for. So I'm gonna cut this center out and I'll put it in the car and you'll get a look at it. By building this cool metal backboard, it puts an S-curve in the base of the bubble and it makes a perfect transition from the horizontal dashboard down into the center console. So this is like your center console here. And then to get to the switches and stuff on the gauge, this will lift just like the roof on some kind of a air ram. And then you can turn on your lights and all the other stuff. So it's just like dimensional plastic shapes. You know, you got 1, 2, and then 3. It's gonna be like a real fishbowl in here. This whole thing is really my greatest achievement. It's something I've thought on for years, and here it is. This is a perfect curved base bubble that is gonna be the centerpiece for the whole car. The whole concept of the interior, especially the look of the dashboard, is just like alien technology. It's gotta look kind of spacey, kind of organic, and I think fiberglass is the only way we're gonna get that really curved compound surface. The whole dashboard is fabricated at a solid round stock. It's really easy to form. I can make mirror images of the left and right side simultaneously, so it's just a quick bend, cut, and weld. Setting this whole frame up is typical fabrication. It was a no-brainer for me. The big challenge is in getting this fiberglass to hang there. Fiberglass resin is just a liquid, and the material is super flexible, so it needs some kind of a spine to hang on until it turns solid. The whole thing with this process is if you haven't done it before, you don't know what to expect. A friend of mine, Scott Owens, he showed me this cool trick with aluminum foil and fiberglass. So I'm gonna see if I can't pull something off. The whole idea with laying this subsurface for the fiberglass is using the foil and trying to stretch it across the steel ribs that I made. That way you have this really organic shape, and it just gives the fiberglass a perfect backboard to hang on until it sets up. I have very limited fiberglass experience. I was able to lay up a ring on the bubble for the roof, and so far so good. We created a ring that lifts off that will hide all the screws. That way the bodywork comes right in and it looks like a headlight bezel. It's a nice, clean, simple ring. So you can see here, you got your steel frame. You'll have your fasteners with rubber rings to hold it down. And then this nice, clean ring will snap on top and it'll be perfectly smooth. Fiberglass with a Bondo cap. I got the foil in place. It was pretty simple to set up. The next step is to trim out the fiberglass and mix the resin. So, we'll lay a little of that in there. This next part's like making a lasagna. You just throw your noodles in there. Toxic lasagna. The whole process with the fiberglass is to mix up the resin properly, cut your mat to size, and you basically just soak it, screed off the excess liquid, and then put it in place. The idea with using the fiberglass on the inside is that it will give us a really organic, multi-dimensional finish that we can paint. That way the outside of the car wraps over the top and comes right in. I really like the idea of doing more fiberglass work. Way faster than metal, and it's lightweight. The whole thing with fiberglass is it's fast. It's a little stinky, but if you were to create these compound curves in steel or aluminum, you'd be at it a lot longer than the 20 minutes I've invested so far. The whole thing with fiberglass and the rate at which you work really is determined by how much catalyst you use and the temperature. It kicks off from a chemical reaction, and the hotter it is, the faster it goes. So it's a little chilly today, but with my laser, I will activate the catalyst and be on to the next step. Fiberglass finally kicked off. It's nice and solid, so the next step is to pull the whole piece and then take out the excess tape, aluminum foil, whatever you don't want. Aha! Pretty sneaky, sis. I pulled it off the dashboard, and it looks like it's a piece that will fit on and off as many times as you need. Let it cure up like that. Then once it's fully hardened, I can sand back the edges, glue her in place. The last step in this preparation is to just bulk it up a little bit with some Bondo. Fiberglass is good and strong, but there's some surface imperfections that I don't really want to sand out because that would make it a little weaker. So I'm going to build up the surface with some Bondo while the resin's still fresh. That way the initial block sanding of the whole piece will really cut back the Bondo instead of the structure of the fiberglass. And the cool factor is the Bondo and the fiberglass are friends. They just bond to each other like the same chemical compound. The whole thing with the original concept of the dashboard was more of a waterfall effect, a typical Art Deco element. I came up with this thing with a center rib, and it's still that flavor, and the sky's the limit at this point. This is where the sculpturing starts. It remains to be seen what Victor thinks of this design. He explained something that was exactly the opposite of what I've accomplished. So we'll see what he says. I have two concaved panels meeting at a rib. He wanted two convex panels, more like a waterfall. Create two puffed shapes, almost like a tuck and roll upholstery job. It could still be done because now we have a structure to work off of. But this might be good enough for him. I really like this look. Just as the dashboard's getting solidified, Victor came in and loved it. Fortunately, I did the right thing. The whole idea with the way Victor and I work is just creative collaboration. You know, it's just conceptualizing, and then it's my gig. I make it happen. One of the big challenges in this car design is skirting the front tires. We had to bulge the side panels so the thing would steer. Victor's been kicking around a couple ideas on how to make this work, and I think I got a good concept. The whole idea with these skirts would follow the line of the vents in the front. It'll have the same screen detail on the inside, so the body will come to the vent. You know, we'll just flush out this and blend it right back through the old door jamb. So we're hoping that this will give a little reason for this whole radius on the front fender. Laid out these square tubes that are going to be the base of the floor. I think we're just going to make the seats ourselves. Victor didn't like the seat that was in the car, so I just set up a framework here. It'll be the base of the floor that's going to roll down into the footwell. It's a spaceship, you know? No rules. These are the seats that were in the car. They look cool, but you've seen them before, right? So Victor wanted to do something next level with it. This seat was pretty bulky and it was hitting the perimeter of the bubble, so we would have had to modify the seat back anyway. We talked about it and I came up with a design, still developing. The seat bases are going to be in the car, and then this will be the seat back. So it's a lot smaller. It's just like a little lumbar support. And we're thinking about having them pivot and then disappear into the floor of the car. I set up some round rods, just bent it to shape, welded a couple nuts on there for a hinge. I'm gonna cut some holes in here because Victor was saying he wanted some LED lights in the seat back. And you know, it's just developing. We'll see if it actually flies or not. These are on hinges, that way they'll be adjustable. You can hinge them up or down if you need to access the flux capacitor in the back or whatever. This is some 18 gauge sheet I just put in the brake. It's got a little curve to it, a little area for your butt to sit. And these are gonna go right in here. The idea being there'll be a 4 or 5 inch foam pad. Make it nice and cozy. My whole task with the interior on this car is really just framing it out. I tried one interior in the past and I really have a lot to improve on, so I'm gonna let the professional handle it. The one thing anybody who is gonna critique a bubble top, the first thing the negative people say is it's gonna be really hot in there. Victor's answer to that is a vintage stainless steel fan. My main plan is to create 2 clear globes in the front and rear of the car, and then have a clear plastic air duct connecting the 2. So everything's following suit with the shape of the main roof bubble. So this is the back wall that will have the air coming from the upper vent down through here. So I'm just gonna shroud this in. That way the fan will draw. You know, this will all be walled off. It'll have no choice but to draw through that vent up there. I've primarily built cars for Victor, and I think he's just getting super creative on this. He's not concerned with driving this to the car show. He's doing something to make a complete spectacle. That's the bottom line here. Looks like Victor's caught the bug. I said it before that my kind of crazy was pretty contagious. He was putting the reins on this thing earlier, and now he's out of control. So that's the concept. The air comes through the back vent, through the fan, into that tube, and then it ventilates the cabin. Feel that breeze, Tony? It's good, nice, right? The big cool factor with having Victor's guys to back me up on the body shop aspect really allows me to try to pull off one last trick. We've made a bunch of successful roofs for this car. We're on the final run of the whole game right here. And Victor comes up with another idea.
The third one came out perfect. It flowed perfectly. But now I said, Ian, we need a new element.
He wants to take it one step further, so we're gonna try something unique once more with the roof. I'm gonna light a fire, man.
Yeah, and actually, I know it's gonna work.
You've seen a clear plastic bubble a million times. He wants something more. He wants like a pattern embossed in the rear of the roof. And it's like a whole new direction. As a last-ditch effort to stop this frame from flexing, I just put in a bunch of wooden shims because the box starts to blow out of shape. There's so much force from this. We got like 180 bolts clamping it together. But the box just needs to get up to 300, 320, and it's good to go. But getting 300 degrees over 32 square feet, that's the real challenge. For this last try, I think we're gonna need more heat. A little more propane, a little more fire. If remains to be seen what's going to go on once we get up to the proper temperature. The only access I have to the material is through these little portholes. This structure that's inside the oven doesn't allow me to see in there. I really only have my past experience to guide me through this. We're not going to know if it's a pass or fail until it's done and on the car. I think we're there. All we can do is turn up the air pressure. Ready? I'm gonna do it slow. The good thing is this is working just like all the rest. The heat's even, the thing's inflating, it's looking good. Oh, the front, look at this. Amazing. We're there. I can't push it anymore. I'm gonna raise it up. It's the moment of truth. Oh, we got it, man. Look at that.
Yeah, see, that's what I was looking for.
We get this thing nailed. It looks perfect. I think we're good. I think we got it.
And it's just enough rib, and all of them have ribs. That's what we added on here.
Raise it up out of the oven, and there's like a defect. I put all these reinforcing screws in there, and one of them has pushed the base out of position after it's inflated.
There was one screw that was still poking through, hitting the second bar, which didn't allow it to sit. The bubble came out perfect, but the screw is hitting, so the front of it wasn't straight.
When we put it on the car, it's not gonna fit. It's like an old record on a record player when they get a lump in them. That's what we have in our base. It's not gonna work. Plastic's still warm though. It's very soft. We're gonna throw a clamp on it and reheat it. This is highly unorthodox. So there's always something. This is our last ditch effort. The bubble came out pretty good, but see the base plate gave out right here. It's kind of warped. I got the ovens on high on this side. We're gonna put a piece of steel, clamp it, and lower it back in, and try to get some of that shape to even out. We're gonna try this one little remedy and then take the thing out, see how it looks with that buck off of it.
That was a perfect bubble too. Up more. All right, right there, we're on it. How's she looking?
I think you got it, man. I think you healed it. All that matters with this project is the end result. I mean, once you pull the bubble out of the oven and see this apparatus attached to it, you know it's pretty intense. Everything looks great. It's back into shape. The whole idea is to just cool it off, raise it up out of the box, and unclamp this beast. I took this 1/2-inch MDF board and created a series of templates off of the bubble Victor liked most. I spaced them out 8 inches apart, made a whole bunch of support to withstand the pressure of this bubble pushing against it, and fastened it to the backboard. Good. Getting the buck off of this thing really revealed that it was a successful idea. This was uncharted territory, and the result was ideal. It's pretty crazy. But the real tell is going to be how it fits on the car. That's what this is all about. So we cut it out, brought it over to the car, and then, yeah, that was what we were looking for. It's freaking awesome. Look at it from this angle, man. This is freaking ridiculous. That with the lights coming through, bend down and look through.
Yeah, and then look what it shows, the other bubbles in there. Bubbles in the bubbles. That's impressive.
The whole idea with these ribs in the roof was that it was going to diffuse light. It was going to look like multiple layers of plastic, and we nailed it. When you look through, you see all these ridges, there's a million reflections, there's the interior bubbles, it's just out of this world. Victor's in love with this thing. I think he was just like gambling, you know, with this last-ditch effort to pull something off, and he won.
I've never seen anybody do that before.
The creative process on getting this bubble top done is there, but this is the whole car. Victor wants to set up the interior on this car to be just out of control, something no one's ever seen before. It's basically a blank canvas and anything goes. My whole task here is creative metalwork and mad scientist inspiration. He's got a pro body guy on the job, he's got a pro interior dude, and he's got a mechanic. I finish my work on Victor's vehicles, and I don't see him for months. I come back and like there's these amazing paint jobs, incredible interiors, and I've actually never met the people he works with until now. Victor's interior guy is here. I don't know where he learned his craft, but he is like top notch.
This is my upholstery guy, Lino, which is fanatical about inches, and this car was hand built, and nothing is precise, it's close. And we're trying to just figure out the details on filling in gaps where we didn't anticipate, you know, area that needs to be filled in or something added to it. You give him an idea, and if it's not right or flows, he'll make it flow and tie into the concept of what we're trying to achieve. He won't do it unless we could do it right.
I meet the guy, and it turns out he's deaf. And Victor's like moving around, flailing his hands, this and that. And that's really how they hash out these ideas. It's pretty crazy. There's like no verbal communication. And the results are outstanding.
Right here's gonna go rubber. I gotta. Yeah, no. We got. He's saying here, he told the guy to put steel in here and to clean up this edge. But I told him I got a rubber grommet gonna cover all this stuff, and he says no. I understand what he's telling me. Same with he looks at me, and you know what? I move my hands, and I'm a hand talker, if you could see, and we could communicate perfectly. He understands what our goal is to make an awesome vehicle that we could share with everybody. The diamond. Oh, he wants to put diamonds in there. Let's see.
I think he's caught the crazy too, man. Now he's getting out of control.
Yeah.
He was Mr. Conservative at first.
No, he's like.
Now he's fallen under the spell.
This here, I had to take my old lady's jewelry apart, but she won't figure that out in a while.
The whole concept with the center console is to move air through the cabin. And Victor comes up with these crazy ideas. He's got all these clear crystals. He's got LED lights. He's talking about making it look like this is like the main power source for the entire car. It's crystal-powered spaceship.
There is 100 different variations. But you see how this is in the day, people. Here, let me adjust that. Here we go. You see, there's another one. Or maybe you want that, or maybe you want this. Or maybe we'll do that. That's pretty cool there, yeah.
I mean, it's getting like out of control.
And we'll do it subtle. I'm a subtle guy, if you could tell by my car. Every time I look at it, I envision things. My vision comes from just looking and expressing, this is the way I feel. You know what, I may be an old man on the outside, but inside I have a vision and I'm cool. And this is the way I release my inner vision of what I think of cars.
I've seen what this guy's done on the other interiors, and they've all been fairly conservative. His workmanship is out of this world. There's no limits on this interior, so I can't wait to see what he comes up with.
We're gonna finish up the interior, then we're just gonna get the car wrapped, and just the final detail of just wiring it up, and we're done. We're so close.
I let Victor take the reins in the last step of this project. I came in today, and the thing is freaking unbelievable. This car has been in the works for a long time. It is a concept car. It's gone through so many phases of development, and now to have it finally wrapped, I'm stoked.
The car came out amazingly, beyond my expectation. On the bubble top, the interior, this is a total custom build.
The bubble top is next level.
The car is, like I said, a piece of art. I mean, the car is a masterpiece.
I saw Victor pull in the driveway with this thing. I was like, get out of the way, mister. I want this car.
Well, Ian, when he came in and seen it, all of the ideas all came together, and he was impressed.
The thing drives up, and it looks like a spaceship. I wish it didn't have tires. You open the bubble top, and the interior is just going off. There's all kinds of crazy stuff going on in there.
I'm ecstatic. He's ecstatic with it. Everything flows just perfect. At the end, I got my interior guy, Lino, and he was saying, you know what, enhance the bubble by putting chrome around the bubble and putting chrome on all the ribs.
They're perfect. They really highlight the ridges in the bubble. Victor wanted some kind of a crazy alien-inspired paint job.
I seen a car going down the street with a wrap on it. And of course, me, I got the most crazy, elaborate wrap. It almost looked like a reptile.
He had these guys come in and wrap it, and it looked reptilian.
On paper, it looked brown. As we put it on, it was orange. And actually, I had a couple nights of lost sleep because I really hated it. I called Ian, I said, Ian, come look at that, man. I'm really not happy with it.
And I knew we had to do something. This car was going downhill.
And he said, look, I painted over it. I said, paint it over it. And we painted over this wrap, and it came out freaking amazing.
Fortunately, we were able to pull it back, toned it down with a brown candy, and it's on. It looks like some kind of a fantasy lace pattern beneath the clear coat. This clear coat with the candy in it saved the project. That, to me, is the spice of life. I don't want things to go smoothly. I want to hit walls. I want to run through dead ends and recover from it. This is a perfect example.
Ian is so resourceful. Maybe 90% of everything that's on this car that you see in the interior and exterior, besides the actual car, was stuff we made work. From the hydraulic system, from the parts, from the back bumper to the instrument panel. And if he doesn't have the part, he'll come up with something else. He'll walk around the junkyard and find something and put it in there, and it works better and at zero cost.
Since I'm 15 years old, it's been car after car after car. That's just what I do. I can't stop. All of the projects I've done so far have really just expanded my skill level, my creativity, and just the idea of what's possible. So whatever's coming up next is gonna be big.